في العام الماضي كان مركز الإمارات للسياسات موفقاً حين جعل عنوان ملتقى الثامن عالم ما بعد الجائحة، وهو اليوم. وفي الملتقى التاسع لهذا العام يستمر في البناء على النجاحات وتراكم العلم والمعرفة والخبرة، ليبحث في عالم ما بعد الحرب في أوكرانيا وتشكلات النظام الدولي وتنافس القوى الكبرى وتأثيرات ذلك على الأنظمة الإقليمية. إن مركز الإمارات للسياسات سيبقى حريصاً على تمكين المعرفة الرصينة واستشراف المستقبل ونمذجته بأفق عالمي منفتح وتوظيف ذكي للمنهجيات العلمية في قراءة وتحليل التحولات الدولية وتوقعات تأثيرها على العالم والمنطقة. ما يميز ملتقى أبوظبي الاستراتيجي التاسع لهذا العام أنه ينعقد في ظل رئيس جديد لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، وسيكون هذا التطور حاضراً في الجلسة الأولى لملتقانا هذا العام. فعلى مدى 3 عقود كانت رؤية صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان لتقوية موقع الإمارات ومكانتها وريادتها تستند إلى ركيزتين أساسيتين: بناء الذات وبناء التحالفات والشراكات. وكانت الروح التي تسري في هذه الرؤية تعتمد على إبداء درجات عالية من المرونة وسرعة التكيف مع المتغيرات الإقليمية والدولية، بل انتهاج الاستباقية ورشاقة التحرك من أجل ترسيخ تفكير إيجابي يقوم على محاولة تحويل التحديات إلى فرص. اليوم وفي سياق مسؤوليتها في تعزيز أمن الطاقة العالمي وكمصدر موثوق في الحفاظ على إمدادات الطاقة، فإن دولة الإمارات تتبنى مع أصدقائها وشركائها مقاربة تقوم على الذهاب إلى حلول أكثر وليس أقل لتلبية حاجات سكان العالم من الطاقة، أي بمعنى آخر الحد الأقصى من الطاقة المتنوعة مع الحد الأدنى من الانبعاثات، لضمان تحقيق هدفين معا: أمن الطاقة العالمي وأمن البيئة. وقد كانت الإمارات التي سوف تستضيف قمة المناخ في عام 2023 أول دولة في الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا تعلن عن التزامها الحياد الكربوني في موعد أقصاه 2050. وفي هذا الشهر وقعت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة شراكة استراتيجية لاستثمار 100 مليار دولار لإنتاج 100 جيجا وات من الطاقة النظيفة بحلول 2035 ونشر تطبيقات التكنولوجيا النظيفة ودعم العمل المناخي. إن دولة الإمارات تتطلع إلى المستقبل بتفاؤل عقلاني مرده امتلاك رؤية استراتيجية متماسكة تتوافر عليها القيادة الإماراتية، وتسعى لتوظيف الموارد من أجل غد أفضل. وهذا التفاؤل العقلاني لا يعني تجاهل المخاطر والتحديات والتهديدات في البيئتين الإقليمية والدولية، فالتحديات ماثلة أمامنا بخصوص تغير المناخ والأمن الغذائي والمائي والصحي وأمن سلاسل الإمداد، وإرهاصات الركود القاتمة، وسؤال القيم الإنسانية وحقوق الإنسان، وتصاعد سياسات الهوية، واحتلال المتشددين مزيداً من الأصوات في صناديق الانتخاب حول العالم. ومن المفارقة أن نلحظ جهود بناءة من الأزهر الشريف والفاتيكان لتعزيز مبادئ وثيقة الأخوة الإنسانية التي وقعت في أبوظبي، ونبذت خطاب صدام الحضارات ونهاية التاريخ. ثم نجد في المقابل للأسف تصاعداً للشعبوية واليمين المتطرف، بل المتهم بالفاشية، وفي أجزاء من أوروبا وغيرها. ضيوفنا الكرام، في منطقتنا وفي تقريره الأخير الذي أعلن قبل أسبوعين، حذر صندوق النقد الدولي من أن نحو ثلثي البلدان غير النفطية في الشرق وشمال إفريقيا تشهد تباطؤاً تدريجياً على صلة بالتباطؤ العالمي، وتشديد السياسات النقدية وارتفاع معدلات الفوائد، مشدداً على الآفاق العالمية القاتمة للأشهر 12 إلى 18 المقبلة، بدفع من الحرب الدائرة في أوكرانيا. وهذا الأمر يدعو حكومات المنطقة إلى تحرك عاجل لتسريع الإصلاحات ومحاربة الفساد ووضع شبكات أمان اجتماعي لحماية الشعوب وتعزيز الحوكمة الرشيدة. من جانب آخر، ثمة ديناميات متغيرة ومتسارعة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا، حيث يترابط أمن الخليج وبحر العرب وأمن شرق المتوسط والبحر الأحمر، ويعيد الاتفاق الإبراهيمي هيكلة الكثير من عناصر الجغرافيا السياسية في الإقليم جنباً إلى جنب مع تحولات الطاقة وآثارها الاستراتيجية، وما تفرضه من فرص وضرورات توسيع شبكات التعاون الإقليمي وبناء تحالفات جديدة لمواجهة التحديات العابرة للحدود، وزيادة نصيب دول المنطقة في معادلة الأمن والدفاع في عموم الإقليم، والاستثمار في ثلاثية الاستقرار والاعتدال والازدهار. وإذا نجت المنطقة من تحديات الاستقطاب الدولي والإقليمي وأفلتت من إغراءات القوة والإكراه في حسم خلافاتها، فإنها ستكون مدعوة لأن يكون العقد الثالث من هذه الألفية أفضل من العقد الماضي، أي تعلم درس أن الدبلوماسية والحوار والقوة الناعمة أكثر فاعلية وجدوى من القوة الصلبة، من دون تفريط بسيادة الدول وأمنها الوطني. ولنا أن نتفاءل ونتساءل: هل سيكون العقد الثالث من هذه الألفية عقد حشد الجهود لتقليص مخاطر تنامي التوترات الاجتماعية وتفاعلات سياسات الهوية ومواجهة تحديات استمرار الصراعات المجمدة وتخطي بؤس إدارة الأزمات، والسعي بدلاً من ذلك للوصول إلى حلول مستدامة ومقاربات جذرية تمنح الأمل للأجيال المقبلة في منطقة يغلب عليها العنصر الشبابي وتقع النساء والأطفال في مقدمة ضحايا حروبها وأزماتها المستعصية. الحضور الكريم، وإذ يحاول الشرق الأوسط اليوم أن يتعلم أن توسيع دوائر المنافع الاقتصادية وترابط المصالح والاستثمارات والتبادلات التجارية بين دول المنطقة هو أكبر حافز لها لتجنب المواجهة والصدام. فإن هذه التعويذة، إن صح لي أن أقول، تصلح للعالم الأوسع، حيث تتم إعادة تشكيل التحالفات وتزداد الاستقطابات، وتعد الحرب في أوكرانيا عنصراً أساسياً في هذا السياق. لقد نظر إلى هذه الحرب على أنها جزء من صراع جيوسياسي أوسع بين القوى الكبرى على كتابة قواعد جديدة للنظام العالمي وترسيخ تعددية قطبية وخيارات استراتيجية مختلفة. لذلك من المهم تقديم تحليلات جيوستراتيجية للحرب الجارية في أوكرانيا وتأثيرها على إعادة كتابة المستقبل ومكانات وأدوار الفاعلين الدوليين، أمريكا والغرب والصين وروسيا، وهو ما أرجو أن نخرج به في هذا الملتقى، ونقدم إضافة معرفية نوعية لترشيد السياسات. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، سيناقش هذا الملتقى على مدى يومين وتحت عنوان النظام العالمي، تشكيل اللعبة الكبرى الجديدة، تأثيرات الحرب الأوكرانية والصراع الروسي الغربي في النظامين الدولي والإقليمي، والتوقعات بالنسبة لاصطفافات الصين وأوروبا في النظام الدولي، وجيو اقتصاديات التنافس الاستراتيجي الدولي والسباق الدولي نحو الهيمنة الرقمية. ويركز الملتقى في اليوم الثاني على انعكاسات البيئة الدولية الجديدة على منطقة الشرق الأوسط والترتيبات الإقليمية التي تدفع نحو شرق أوسط جديد، ومكانة ودور منطقة الخليج في البيئة الدولية ما بعد الحرب الأوكرانية، ومستقبل السياسات الإيرانية والقضية الفلسطينية، وتداعيات تغير المناخ والوضع الصحي على الشرق الأوسط، والتنافس على الذكاء الاصطناعي والقدرات السبرانية في المنطقة. في الختام أيها الأعزاء، أتمنى لكم جميعاً أن تقضوا وقتاً ممتعاً ومثمراً في هذا الملتقى، وأرجو لضيوفنا من الخارج طيب الإقامة في عاصمتنا الأنيقة أبوظبي. وجزيل الشكر لكم جميعاً على حضوركم ومشاركتكم وتلبيتكم دعوتنا، راجية للمتداخلين وجميع الحضور حواراً ذكياً ونقاشات بناءة. والآن أدعو المستشار الدبلوماسي لرئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة معالي الدكتور أنور قرقاش، الذي يشرفنا دوماً في ملتقى أبوظبي الاستراتيجي، بالتفضل مشكوراً لإلقاء الكلمة الرئيسية. فليتفضل. شكراً لكم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير وأهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. أرجو أن تسمحوا لي أن ألقي كلمتي باللغة الإنجليزية كعهدنا في هذا الملتقى. Excellencies, friends, Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak with you today. I congratulate Dr. Ibtisam Al-Kitbi and the Emirates Policy Center for the continued success of this flagship event, but also for the interesting work produced by her think tank all year round. I would also like to take a moment to reflect on the passing earlier this year of His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. May God rest his soul in peace. He led this nation through times of great change in the region and the wider world, and despite all the turbulence around us, he succeeded in steering the UAE down a path of continuity, stability, prosperity, and tolerance. The people of this country, and I personally, will always be grateful for his leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, it is hard to believe this is already the 9th time that I have spoken at this conference. It would be impossible to try to sum up the extraordinary achievements of the UAE over the period since I gave my first speech in 2014. But there is certainly plenty that I would never have imagined back then. Sending the first Emirati mission into space, hosting the World Expo, welcoming the Catholic Pope to the Arabian Peninsula for the first time, agreeing the Abrahamic Accords, being chosen to host COP28, and the UAE's very robust and compassionate response to the COVID-19 pandemic. These are just some examples of the way this country continues to surprise even those of us who call it home. What makes these accomplishments even more remarkable is that they have been achieved against a very difficult international backdrop. And sadly, this year has seen new and yet all too familiar challenges in that regard. At the global level, the war in Ukraine, the deepening polarization between great powers, and the tendency towards a binary us and them approach to international relations shows that while much has changed, much has stayed the same. The UAE has viewed the tragic situation in Ukraine from a principled position, aligned with international law, especially with regards to respect for national sovereignty. At the same time, we know that only a political agreement will resolve this conflict. So we have tried to help keep the door open for dialogue. It is vital as we navigate our way through these turbulent times in global politics that all countries take a measured approach, abide by international law, and invest seriously in seeking diplomatic solutions to political crises. If we fail to do this, the fallout will be devastating, and it will not be contained to one or two countries, but it will affect all of us. The UAE is at the forefront of adopting this approach. In recent years, we've stepped up our focus on building bridges and strengthening economic and people-to-people ties with other countries in our region. This includes countries that we have serious political disagreements with. By doing this, we hope to build platforms for dialogue and progress on more difficult issues. And we have been taking a similar approach with our seat on the UN Security Council. We have promoted dialogue on issues where members disagree, encouraged cooperation in areas where members have shared interests, and when necessary, taken a firm stand to reinforce the principles of the UN Charter. So with this context in mind, I would like to focus my remarks today on what the UAE's approach to foreign policy will be under the leadership of the President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. The approach will build on strong foundations and principles for UAE foreign policy that were established by his predecessors, and it will reflect both the interests and values of our people. In my view, our foreign policy will be guided by 8 core principles. I think the first is the primary goal of our foreign policy must be to promote the prosperity and security of the UAE through an approach that blends our national values and our national interests. In my experience, our values and interests are mutually reinforcing. For example, promoting women's rights and tolerance or providing humanitarian assistance for the most vulnerable help to create both a more prosperous and more stable region. So the more we can do to promote these values across the region, the better it will be for our security and our prosperity. It is also the UAE's values that are part of the motivation for people from around the world and around the Arab world to choose to live, work, and invest here, thereby boosting our prosperity. And it is why other countries choose to partner with us on various initiatives. They understand that the UAE is progressive, open and tolerant oasis in a challenging region. Sheikh Mohammed is clear that both our values and our interests dictate that we should work in collaboration with countries around the world on shared challenges like climate change, disease elimination, or water and food security, all matters very close to his heart, as well as on multilateral projects that connect the economies of this region and that will ensure shared prosperity for the region's people. However, as a medium-sized power, we also need to be pragmatic. For the sake of dialogue and progress, we sometimes need to engage with people we find distasteful, and we will often choose quiet diplomacy over outspoken criticism, and we will occasionally have to make difficult compromises on certain files in order to advance cooperation on other more important issues. The second principle is that our foreign policy must be resolutely focused on supporting our long-term economic prosperity. It is truly a remarkable achievement that the UAE's GDP is now heading toward $500 billion. But now is not the time to rest on our laurels. At the heart of the UAE's centennial plan for 2071 is a commitment to build a diversified knowledge economy. For this, we need to open markets for both outward and inward trade and investment. And we need to make ourselves ever more attractive as a destination for global talent and capital. Our foreign policy has a vital role to play in this. Through our bilateral relations, our diplomats can negotiate economic agreements that give our airlines, ports, businesses, and our citizens access to other countries and help the UAE investors to navigate their way into new markets. Emirati diplomats can also raise awareness among foreign investors of the opportunities for investment in the UAE, especially in sectors where this will help us develop our knowledge economy. We must also reinforce the UAE's soft power, which helps to make it the destination of choice in the region for entrepreneurs, businesses, and investors. And as we look to the future, we will continue to strengthen our relations with the leading economies of tomorrow, from Indonesia to Nigeria and from Vietnam to Mexico. We must also ensure that an increasingly multipolar world and with rising tensions between great powers do not allow a rise in economic protectionism. The UAE will always champion an open global trading system. Everyone will end up worse if we close international markets. The UAE knows better than most that security and political concerns between countries can sometimes make bilateral relations difficult, but economic ties can exist separately from those concerns. This also applies to international trade in food. We saw during the pandemic how important it is to diversify our sources of food imports and how our diplomatic relations with key food-producing countries help to maintain open supplies of key staples. It will be an ongoing priority for the UAE foreign policy to promote our food security. The third principle is that we must invest in our country's security and autonomy through a multi-layered approach. Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed understands that we are more secure because we do not rely on just one pillar for our security. A central pillar of our approach is to have an effective professional defense capability of our own. We are proud of the professionalism and caliber of our military. We have witnessed how important it has been on various occasions, including when terrorists attacked our country earlier this year. But for us to develop this capacity for self-defense, we also need security partners who can help us develop the right capabilities. On top of this, we need to maintain cooperation with countries in the Gulf and the wider region through sustained diplomatic efforts that are targeted at promoting regional stability and security. Beyond this regional layer, we look to partner with world powers that can play a constructive role, both in providing direct security support for the UAE, but also in working together to promote regional stability and contain threats. Our primary strategic security relationship remains unequivocally with the United States. This partnership of two sovereign nations has been close and mutually beneficial for decades, and we continue to value it greatly. Yet it is vital that we find a way to ensure that we can rely on this relationship for decades to come through clear, codified, and unambivalent commitments. We also welcome constructive and collaborative engagement from other world powers on promoting security and stability in the region. This multi-layered approach is not only key to our national security, but by avoiding complete dependence on just one or two other countries, it also ensures we retain our autonomy as a sovereign state. But the success of this approach depends on maintaining a diversity of strategic relationships so that places foreign policy and diplomacy at the heart of our approach to national security. It also requires that we sustain this diplomatic collaboration by building economic relationships with all the countries in the world, whether large or small. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth principle is that we must maintain balanced and diversified strategic and economic relations in the evolving world order. We know that over the coming decades, we will increasingly live in a multipolar world, but it's not in our interest for that to become an increasingly divided world. We are convinced that we are better off in an open international order, built on independent sovereign nations with an open trading system, in which we retain the ability to work together to tackle shared global challenges. The UAE has no interest in choosing sides between great powers. Indeed, it is a central principle for Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed that we will not, under any circumstances, sacrifice our sovereignty to another country. Currently, we are not dependent on just one or two countries for both our economic prosperity and our security. Our trade relations increasingly look to the East while our primary security and investment relations are in the West. This situation may evolve over time, but we are very conscious that in diversity lies both strength and autonomy. So we will continue to pursue balanced and diversified strategic and economic relations with world powers. And we will play our modest part in facilitating the evolution of a peaceful and cooperative world order. This includes supporting constructive approaches to the evolution of global institutions to strengthen both their legitimacy and effectiveness. It also means working diligently to serve as a conduit for greater cooperation between East and West on issues of mutual interest, ranging from tackling climate change to combating extremism. The fifth principle is that we should seek to support and strengthen the voice of moderation in the region. So many of the region's challenges will be easier to resolve if we can tackle the closed-minded, reactionary, extremist ideas that still influence too many people and societies in the region. We must promote a culture of tolerance, openness, and women's empowerment, one that welcomes modernity and rationality, that does not see them in opposition to Islam, but as very much aligned with Muslim values. The UAE will remain resolutely opposed to extremist ideologies and to those who use violence to achieve their political goals. And we will promote alternative visions of society in this region, not least through our own example. The Abrahamic Family House will soon open in Abuظbي, in which a mosque, a church, and a synagogue will stand side by side, a physical manifestation of our spirit of tolerance, if ever there was one. And we will continue to strengthen our cooperation with countries in the region that are not driven by ideological perspectives, but that instead pursue pragmatic reform agendas and are committed to policies designed to promote stability and sustainable development across the region. The sixth principle is that we will seek to de-escalate conflicts and tensions in the region and beyond by supporting political resolutions. This region has suffered too long from conflicts and disputes, both within and between states. It has led to insecurity, humanitarian catastrophe, and economic devastation, and to a near constant sense of troubleshooting and foreign policy. We absolutely must find a way to de-escalate these tensions and instead focus our collective attention on meeting the needs and aspirations of the people of the region. I'm not naive. I know from painful experience that we cannot simply wish these tensions away. The divisions are often real and deep-seated, and sometimes there are too many parties who have a self-interest in perpetuating the status quo, however harmful that is to their fellow citizens. Nevertheless, wherever possible, we will choose dialogue over division. We will deal diplomatically with all parties, and we will seek to forge areas of consensus. We will also offer our hand of friendship to help others to resolve their disputes. Our country has a long tradition of facilitating the resolution of disputes between countries dating back to the late founder, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan. Indeed, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed has shown on various occasions that when he sees an opportunity, he is ready to take calculated risks to pursue visionary peace initiatives and open up diplomatic avenues. Indeed, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed has shown on various occasions that when he sees an opportunity, he is ready to take calculated risks to pursue visionary peace initiatives and open up diplomatic avenues. These stretch targets are an important element in understanding UAE foreign policy under his leadership and will continue to guide what I see as an innovative and daring approach to diplomacy. So through the close and trusted relations that our leadership develops with other leaders and governments, we hope that on occasion we can make a contribution to easing tension in the region and beyond. The seventh principle is that we should work hard to avoid power vacuums in the region. We've seen time and again over the last decade that these vacuums are magnets for instability. Extremists thrive in them, and states seek to exploit these lawless areas through proxies, which in turn causes others to act to prevent that happening, thus generating endless cycles of violence. And we know from tragic experience that the greatest victims of vacuums are the ordinary people who live in them. But of course, preventing their emergence is easier said than done. Part of the long-term solution is to support better, more inclusive governance and a stronger focus on meeting people's economic aspirations. There is no magic wand that can deliver this, but the UAE can do more to share our experience in governance and economic policy with other governments, and we can strengthen economic relations to provide greater opportunity for people in other countries. We can also do more through multilateral and bilateral diplomacy to help prevent and calm emerging crises in the region. And where power vacuums do emerge, we need to move quickly to provide diplomatic support for rapid political resolution and consensus-based transitional arrangements that maintain stability. The final principle is that we should continue to increase our engagement with international organizations to advance our strategic economic position and economic position and address common challenges. There are a range of global challenges that risk undermining our security and prosperity, and that we can only tackle through cooperation with the international community. The UAE is committed to work with every country in the world, large or small, both politically and economically, in order to build international unity needed to tackle these priorities and to ensure that the regional voice on these issues is heard. We knew this already, but COVID-19 pandemic drove home this message for all of us, whether it is preventing pandemics, maintaining global financial stability, combating extremist ideologies, tackling pollution of the oceans, or addressing global food security. They are all challenges that do not respect national borders. It is inevitable that our foreign policy must primarily serve the interests of the people of the UAE. But the people of the UAE have always cared about the well-being of others beyond their borders. So this compassion must be reflected in our foreign policy. And we know that through cooperation on shared challenges, everyone is better off. There can be no doubt that one of the most difficult, urgent, and important challenges facing the world today is climate change. This is a prime example of an issue on which countries come to the table with different interests and perspectives, yet are all affected by it. And we know we need to address the problem together. Failing to respect one another's point of view will not deliver solutions. Dialogue, innovation, collaboration, and a commitment to practical solutions must drive our efforts. I congratulate our Egyptian friends for the effective leadership they have been providing at COP27 over the last week. The UAE is honored to be hosting COP28 next year and is committed to using the opportunity to accelerate global efforts to tackle climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, I've learned through experience that foreign policy is not an exact science. The way these principles are applied will depend on circumstances, but they are derived from our values and interests, as well as from our accumulated experience, and as such, they provide a useful guide to our approach. We are under no illusion that we are entering a period of calmer water. The region and the world remain embroiled in conflict and dispute. But by applying a principled yet pragmatic approach to foreign policy, I am confident we will be able to navigate a calmer and more stable route forward for this great country of ours. Thank you very much.
Dear speakers and moderators, please come to the stage for a group photo. المتحدثون ومدراء الجلسات الأكارم أرجو التوجه للمنصة حيث سيتم أخذ صورة جماعية.
The next panel will start now. 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 The next panel will start now.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا بكل خير. يسعدني أن أدير الجلسة الأولى في هذا الملتقى بعد أن استمعنا إلى هذه الكلمات الطيبة، وأرجو أن تسمحوا لي أن أسمح لنفسي أن أتقدم نيابة عنكم جميعا وبالأصالة عن نفسي إلى مركز الإمارات للسياسات على تنظيم هذا الملتقى المهم في هذا التوقيت المهم، والذي سيخرج إن شاء الله بنتائج مهمة كما اعتدنا دائما من هذه الملتقيات أو من هذا الملتقى على وجه التحديد. عنوان هذه الجلسة كما تعلمون هو الإمارات العربية المتحدة بقيادة صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان الصعود إلى المستقبل. تعود المركز أن تكون الجلسة الأولى دائما في كل الملتقيات عن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، وهذا الملتقى التاسع يعقد في ظل رئيس جديد لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة هو صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة. صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان سيقود المرحلة الثالثة من مراحل دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. كما تعلمون أن المرحلة الأولى كانت بقيادة المؤسس صاحب السمو الشيخ المغفور له الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه، وكانت مرحلة التأسيس. والمرحلة الثانية كانت بقيادة المغفور له الشيخ خليفة بن زايد آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه، وكانت مرحلة التمكين. ولا نستطيع أن ننكر أن صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان كان له دور في المرحلتين السابقتين، فهو قد تخرج من مدرسة الشيخ زايد عليه رحمة الله، وهو أيضا قد شارك أخيه الشيخ خليفة بن زايد عليه رحمة الله في بناء مرحلة التمكين. ولذلك فإن هذه المرحلة الجديدة التي نتحدث عنها هي مرحلة ما بعد النفض، كما سأذكر بعد قليل مقولة الشيخ محمد بن زايد في القمة الحكومية عام 2015 عن مرحلة ما بعد النفض. ولكن هذه المرحلة تم الاتفاق على تسميتها إلى مرحلة الصعود إلى المستقبل، وبالتالي فهي تؤسس لمرحلة جديدة تكمل ما بناه القائد المؤسس وقائد مرحلة التمكين. عام 2015 صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان قال في القمة الحكومية إننا سنحتفل عند تصدير آخر برميل للنفط بعد 50 عاما، وإن رهاننا الحقيقي في هذه الفترة وعندنا خير أن نستثمر كل إمكانياتنا في التعليم. هذه الجلسة الحقيقة تسعى إلى تسليط الضوء على رؤية صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان ودوره على مدى سنوات طويلة في تطوير الدولة والمجتمع وتعزيز أهداف التنمية المستدامة بالنسبة للمنطقة والبيئة الدولية. محدثتنا في هذه الجلسة هي سعادة الدكتورة ابتسام الكتبي، وهي غنية عن التعريف، ولولا أن بروتوكول أو قواعد إدارة الجلسات تقتضي أن أقدم نبذة عنها لما فعلت، ولكن سأقدم نبذة بسيطة عن الدكتورة ابتسام الكتبي. هي مؤسسة ورئيسة مركز الإمارات للسياسات في أبوظبي، الذي يعد من أهم مراكز التفكير في العالم العربي. أستاذة العلوم السياسية في جامعة الإمارات، بوصفها من النخب السياسية المميزة. عينت عام 2015 عضواً في الهيئة الاستشارية للمجلس الأعلى لمجلس التعاون الخليجي. اختيرت عام 2018 ضمن قائمة أكثر 50 امرأة تأثيراً في العالم العربي. حصلت عام 2019 على جائزة المرأة الأكثر تميزاً من مؤتمر القيادات النسائية العالمية. اختيرت عام 2021 مستشارة في المفوضية العالمية لسياسات ما بعد الجائحة، تشغل عضوية عدد من المجالس الإقليمية والعربية والدولية. صدرت لها كتب عدة، آخرها نموذج دولة الإمارات في بناء القوة، رؤية محمد بن زايد، وهو هذا الكتاب الذي ربما دارت معظم محاور هذه الجلسة حوله لنتحدث عنه. دكتورة، طرحت في كتابك مجموعة من الأسئلة المحورية حول صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد، وسنحاول في هذه الجلسة أن نجيب على بعضها أو أن نلم ببعضها. كما تحدثت الحقيقة في الكلمة الافتتاحية التي كانت قبل قليل عن بعض ملامح شخصية الشيخ محمد بن زايد ورؤيته، وأنا على طريقة مذيعي نشرات الأخبار أو نشرات أخبار الزمن الجميل سأقول أن كان هذا هو الموجز وإليكم الأنباء بالتفصيل حاليا. بالتأكيد الشيخ محمد بن زايد ساهم بدور كبير خلال المرحلة الماضية، سواء كان مرحلة التأسيس أو مرحلة التمكين، وبودنا في البداية أن نلقي الضوء على الأدوار التي قام بها سموه خلال المرحلتين السابقتين قبل أن نتحدث عن الصعود إلى المستقبل.
في الحقيقة لا يمكن الحديث عن النموذج الإماراتي الرائد في المنطقة دون أن نتحدث عن الدور المركزي للشيخ محمد بن زايد في بناء هذا النموذج، في تطويره، في تطوير الظروف الصعبة كي ينهض هذا النموذج، كي يكبر هذا النموذج. بصمة الشيخ محمد بن زايد ودوره المحوري في بناء النموذج الريادي لدولة الإمارات على مدى 3 عقود يعلي. ما يميز الدور القيادي للشيخ محمد بن زايد في هذا النموذج أنه جمع ما بين القوة الناعمة والقوة الصلبة. وهنا ممكن الحديث عن عدة نقاط لعل أبرزها أن بخلفيته العسكرية وخلال العقود 3 الماضية قام الشيخ محمد بن زايد بقيادة وتحديث وتطوير المؤسسة العسكرية في الإمارات. كانت زيادة الأصدقاء الاستراتيجيين لدولة الإمارات على رأس أولويات الشيخ محمد بن زايد. أيضاً لحظة حرب تحرير الكويت كانت لحظة فارقة حيث بيّنت هذه الحرب أن الارتكان للقوة الناعمة فقط لا يكفي، أن هناك حاجة للبناء على القوة الصلبة، ومنها كان مشروع تطوير وتحديث المؤسسة العسكرية في الإمارات لجيش إماراتي صغير، كان يعني عدد لا يتجاوز 60,000 جندي. اليوم الإمارات تحتل المركز 36 على مستوى العالم، والخامس على المستوى العربي في تصنيف قوة الجيوش بحسب موقع جلوبال فاير باور لسنة 2022. أيضا المؤسسة العسكرية كان لها دور في بناء التماسك الوطني، صقل الهوية الجامعة، تأهيل الكوادر البشرية، تحديث المجتمع. الشيخ محمد بن زايد أطلق مشروعه الاستراتيجي لتحديث المجتمع، تمكين المرأة، الشباب، إصلاح التعليم الذي هو من أهم أولويات الشيخ محمد، تطوير الاقتصاد، استقطاب الكفاءات. هذه الرؤية ظهرت تفاصيلها المستقبلية ونسختها الأخيرة من خلال رؤية مئوية الاتحاد. هذه المئوية التي تشرح ماذا تريد الإمارات أن تكون خلال ال5 عقود المقبلة. الأمر الثالث اللي أرساه الشيخ محمد بن زايد هو مأسسة استراتيجيات التنويع الاقتصادي، بمعنى تنويع الاقتصاد، تنويع مصادر الطاقة، تنويع الشراكات مع الدول العظمى والاقتصادات الصاعدة، تنويع مصادر التسلح، تنويع المحتوى الإعلامي والتعليمي والثقافي لكي يكون أكثر تسامحاً وأكثر احتضاناً للآخر. الشيخ محمد بن زايد نقل السياسة الخارجية الإماراتية إلى موقع أكثر فاعلية، إلى مرحلة جديدة، بحيث أن انتقلت الإمارات في العقدين الأخيرين إلى لاعب إقليمي مهم، وبرز صعود الإمارات الدبلوماسي وأبرزها كقصة نجاح، كنموذج يحتذى به في المنطقة، مليئة بالتوترات، مليئة بالحروب، مليئة بالصراعات. كان أيضا من الواضح أن نجاة الإمارات من شرك الأدلجة، التشدد، السياسات الشعبوية، أيضا كانت بمثابة رافعة تنموية لمسيرة متسارعة لدولة الإمارات. الإمارات اليوم ثاني أكبر اقتصاد عربي، ثالث أكبر اقتصاد شرق أوسطي. هذا النجاح كله مرده عقل هذا الرجل المتقد ذكاء وحكمة، والشيخ محمد بن زايد.
دكتورة، لكن رؤية صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد فيما يتعلق بنموذج دولة الإمارات في بناء القوة كما تقولين في كتابك، وظفت بنجاح التحولات الاقتصادية التي حدثت في الربع الأول من هذا القرن، أليس كذلك؟
بالطبع، يعني ما شك في الجهوزية هي كانت ركيزة النجاح، وهي التي أسست لجذور قوية تغذي ما عليه الإمارات اليوم. يعني دعني هنا أوضح بعض النقاط واللي تدلل على أهمية العقد الأول من القرن الحالي بالنسبة لدولة الإمارات. أولاً، في ما يتحقق الآن هو ثمرة تخطيط إماراتي مسبق منذ سنوات مبكرة وما يزال مستمراً إلى الآن، وكان الشيخ محمد بن زايد هو قائداً لهذا التخطيط. الأمر الآخر، لو رجعنا قليلاً إلى الوراء لوجدنا أن ارتفاع أسعار النفط في عام 2005 كان فرصة ثمينة لدولة الإمارات لتحصين المكانة الاقتصادية لها ولدخول حقبة جديدة ومكانة جديدة في توزيع القوى الشاملة من خلال رؤية جديدة لدور الصناديق السيادية، تنويع الاستثمارات الخارجية، تطوير أدوات الدبلوماسية الإماراتية، إعادة هيكلة السياسة الخارجية لدولة الإمارات بعد تحدي تجربة موانئ دبي 2005. هذه التجربة التي كانت بمثابة بالرغم أنها يعني تجربة كانت صعبة ولكنها أسست وكانت رافعة لمرحلة في الدبلوماسية الإماراتية وفي صعودها. أيضا هذه الحقبة تضمنت نهضة في المشروعات الكبرى الإماراتية. كان من أهم مؤشرات تطوير البنى التحتية، الخدمات اللوجستية، إصلاح القوانين والتشريعات والبيئة التشريعية. في هذه الفترة هناك العديد من المبادرات، يعني إنشاء جامعة السوربون، متحف اللوفر، مدينة مصدر للطاقة النظيفة في أبوظبي. من 2009 والإمارات تستضيف المقر الرئيس للوكالة الدولية للطاقة المتعددة آيرينا. جرى الاستثمار في الطاقة النووية واللي بدأت الفكرة في 2008، والتكنولوجيا والرقمنة والذكاء الاصطناعي وصولاً إلى اليوم في الاستثمار في علوم الفضاء. في حقيقة الأمر أنا ذكرت هذه المؤشرات والخطوات لحث الباحثين والخبراء بالأخص في الغرب على تغيير تصور شائع عن الإمارات بأن تعديل أدوارها وتعديل سياستها الخارجية هو جاء بعد الربيع العربي فقط. ما ذكرت في السابق يظهر أن المراحل الأولى هي سبقت الربيع العربي ولم تكن انعكاسا لما حدث في الربيع العربي.
دكتورة، يمكن هذا يدفعنا، أنت ركزتي الحقيقة في الكتاب وأيضا في الكلمة التي استمعنا عليها.
نعم.
على أن المسار المستقبلي لسياسة الإمارات يعني قائم على شقين أو على جزئين، هو بناء الذات وبناء التحالفات والشراكات. يعني ما هو المحرك أو القاسم المشترك الذي يحفز هذا المسار؟
من يتتبع السياسة الإماراتية، من يحلل السياسة الإماراتية يلاحظ أن هناك قاسماً مشتركاً يجمع ما بين هذه السياسات، وهو توسيع نوافذ الفرص. بمعنى أن من يراقب مسيرة الإمارات في العقدين الأخيرين على الأقل يكتشف أن ما يجمع بين بناء الذات وبناء التحالفات هو أمر واحد ووعي واحد، هو أن من أجل النجاح لابد لك من توسيع نوافذ الفرص، تحمل دفع الأكلاف، الإيمان بأن هناك فرص تستحق المخاطرة من أجل أن تحصل على ثمارها، وأن الحذر التردد غير المبرر سيفقدك هذه الفرص. بتقديري الشخصي يا علي أن هذا النمط من الوعي هو كان المحرك الجوهري لتفكير القيادة الإماراتية الحالية وعلى رأسها الشيخ محمد بن زايد. الإمارات اللي تضم حوالي 13 يعني من 100، تخيل أنها تمثل بالفعل حوالي 15% من التجارة العالمية. يعني هذه الدولة الصغيرة. طبعا من يريد أن يطور ذاته، تطوير الذات لازم يترافق مع استراتيجيات الاستدامة الشاملة. هذان هما جناح رؤية الشيخ محمد بن زايد لبناء القوة الشاملة بجناحيها الناعمة والصلبة وبناء المستقبل.
طيب، يعني حتى نكون أكثر وضوحا أو نلقي مزيدا من الضوء على هذه الشراكات وهذه التفاهمات والشراكات الجديدة التي أبرمتها الإمارات، يعني ما هي أهم أو أبرز هذه الشراكات الحديثة، وما هو المتوقع مثلا خلال عام أو خلال الأعوام المقبلة؟
هناك كثيرة، لكن يعني ممكن أستطيع أن أذكر أبرزها. في هذا العام الإمارات وقعت شراكة اقتصادية شاملة مع الهند وإسرائيل وإندونيسيا. أيضا الإمارات أعلنت عن هي ومصر والأردن في هذا العام عن شراكة صناعية تكاملية لتحقيق تنمية اقتصادية مستدامة في الدول الثلاث. مستقبليا هناك يعني ستوقع الإمارات ما بين 4 إلى 5 اتفاقيات شراكة شاملة قبل نهاية مارس في المقبل، منها اتفاقيتان اقتصاديتان مع تركيا وكولومبيا قبل نهاية العام الحالي، اتفاقيتان قبل نهاية الربع الأول مع جورجيا وكمبوديا. هناك أيضا خطط للتوسع في مستوى قارة أفريقيا وأستراليا، آسيا الوسطى، شرق أوروبا، وكذلك اتفقت الإمارات مع كينيا على بدء محادثات مع شراكات اقتصادية. يعني أنت ترى هذا التنوع ما بين الشرق ما بين الغرب عبر القارات، وهذا يؤكد ما ذكر الكتاب ويؤكد تمظهر رؤية الشيخ محمد بن زايد في مسألة تنويع الشراكات الاقتصادية والاستراتيجية.
طيب دكتورة، يعني نحن نعرف أن الآن أهم تحديات الأمن العالمي تتركز في 3 عناوين: الطاقة، المناخ، الغذاء. كيف يمكن أن تسهم دولة الإمارات في مواجهة هذه التحديات؟
يعني باستمرار هناك تأكيد من جانب دولة الإمارات، ويمكن في الشيخ محمد بن زايد دائما يؤكد أن الشراكات وحدها فقط بالشراكة مع الدول الأخرى قادرون على تخطي التحديات المتداخلة التي يواجهها العالم اليوم، أهمها الغذاء، الطاقة، تغير المناخ، الرعاية الصحية. أيضا في المشاركة الأخيرة الشيخ محمد بن زايد في كلمته أمام كوب 27 بشرم الشيخ، يعني أكد أن تغير المناخ أيضا يؤثر على الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة والعالم، وهذا يحتاج إلى تضافر الجهود العالمية والإقليمية معا. على هامش مؤتمر كوب 27 يا علي تم توقيع اتفاقية بين الإمارات ومصر لإنشاء أحد أكبر مشاريع طاقة الرياح في مصر. أيضا وقعت الإمارات والأردن وإسرائيل مذكرة تفاهم خلال المؤتمر كوب 27 بهدف إنتاج طاقة نظيفة، تحلية المياه المستدامة، واللي تم الإعلان عنها. يعني هناك العديد يعني لو استرسلت فيها يعني عديد من المبادرات ما بين في المنطقة العربية على مستوى الشرق الأوسط وعلى مستوى العالم، سواء في استثمار الطاقة الشمسية، في توفير المياه النظيفة، في الإمدادات الغذائية للدول الأخرى. الكثير من هذه والمشاريع المستقبلية، يعني كل ما يتحقق الآن على أرض الواقع هو تفعيل لرؤية الشيخ محمد بن زايد ولتخطيطه.
طيب دكتورة، في ظل يعني هذه المعطيات التي تؤشر إلى جوانب من النظرة المستقبلية لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، أيضا هذه المعطيات تدفعنا إلى التساؤل عن ما هي العلاقة بين التنويع الاقتصادي والاستعداد لمرحلة ما بعد النفط وبين بناء الشراكات من جهة أخرى.
سياسة التنويع الاقتصادي في داخل الإمارات صارت جنبا إلى جنب مع تنويع الشراكات الاستراتيجية لدولة الإمارات مع القوى العالمية الكبرى، مع الاقتصادات الصاعدة. أيضا الاستعداد لحقبة ما بعد النفط لا يتحقق إلا بسياسة خارجية منفتحة على الجميع. لابد من الإكثار من بناء الجسور وتقليل الحواجز. تطوير الاقتصاد لا ينسجم مع سياسة اقتصادية جامدة غير مرنة. بدأت رؤية الشيخ محمد بن زايد عبر هذه الموائمة بين السياستين الداخلية والخارجية تقود البلاد باتجاه هوية سياسية أكثر تعددية وأكثر ثراء.
واحنا دكتورا يعني نتحدث كثيرا عن عنوان كبير هو مئوية الإمارات، وتحت هذا العنوان تندرج تفاصيل كثيرة. كيف يعني تنظر أو كيف ترى قيادة دولة الإمارات وعلى رأسها صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد إلى مستقبل الإمارات ضمن هذه الاستراتيجية، ضمن استراتيجية مئوية الاتحاد؟
نعم. بعد حقبة التأسيس اللي قادها الشيخ زايد رحمة الله عليه، وحقبة التمكين اللي قادها المغفور للشيخ خليفة بن زايد، الآن الشيخ محمد بن زايد يقود ما أسميها حقبة ريادة النموذج التنموي الإماراتي والارتقاء في معايير التنافسية للاستعداد لعصر ما بعد النفط. عبر الحقب الماضية الشيخ محمد بن زايد تميز بقدرته على قراءة التحولات في ميزان القوى والتكيف معها. يعني بعد نهاية الحرب الباردة الشرق الأوسط لم يعد كما هو. طرأت عليه تحولات في دول المركز وفي الأطراف. الدول المحورية لم تعد محورية كما كانت في السابق. جرت تحولات في مفهوم القوة، في توزيعها، في توازناتها، وبالتالي صاحبها تحول في الأولويات في المصالح، في قيم الصراع. هنا قد نكون إذا نموذج واضح يسمى في علم الإدارة القيادة التحويلية، حيث يقوم القادة بإحداث نقلة نوعية إيجابية ومثمرة في مسيرة مؤسساتهم وبلدانهم وشعوبهم. استراتيجيات دولة الإمارات يا أخ علي وخططها لا يمكن أن تعمل في غياب الاستقرار والتعاون الإقليمي والاضطرابات في كل مكان. هذه البؤر المشتعلة في المنطقة تعمل في غير صالح الإمارات. نموذج الاستقرار، الازدهار، التنمية لا يمكن أن ينجح في بؤر مشتعلة. لذلك تلقى الإمارات دائما تسعى إلى إطفاء هذه الحرائق في المنطقة، وإلى السعي دائما إلى إيجاد التعاون، ومنها الاتفاق الإبراهيمي الذي تم توقيعه.
دكتور، احنا العام الماضي احتفلنا بال50 أو بمرور 50 عام على قيام دولة الإمارات. احتفلنا باليوبيل الذهبي الماسي للدولة، عفوا الذهبي، وطرحت الكثير من المشاريع فيما أطلق عليها مشاريع ال50. هذه المشاريع يعني كيف نقرأها في إطار الشرح السابق؟
أخي علي، القيادة الإماراتية دائما كانت تؤكد أن تنويع الاقتصاد هو قنطرة أساسية لتنمية مستدامة ولتحقيق التنافسية الجاذبة والاستعداد لمستقبل أفضل. في إطار مشاريع ال50 العام المقبلة، ركائز مستقبل الاقتصاد الإماراتي تقوم على 3 مجالات: توسيع الاتفاقيات التجارية والشراكات النوعية، الاستثمار في التكنولوجيا والصناعات المتقدمة، خلق قطاعات جديدة ومنافسة. هذا قوام الاقتصاد الإماراتي مستقبل. لكن هناك تحديات، هناك تحدي داخلي أمام دولة الإمارات، اللي هو زيادة الاستثمار في جودة التعليم، في البحث العلمي، في تطوير الجامعات، في تأهيل الكوادر البشرية المواطنة ذات المهارات المتخصصة، وتحدي أيضا تغيير العقلية الريعية. وهذا يتكامل مع استراتيجيات جذب الكفاءات والمواهب من الخارج، تطوير أنظمة التأشيرات الإماراتية الجديدة. لكن التحدي الثاني هو تحدي خارجي. أنا كما ذكرت في آخر نقطة ذكرتها، الإمارات لا تعيش في جزيرة معزولة، أنت تعيش أيضا في وسط منطقة مضطربة مليئة بالصراعات، مليئة بالأزمات. وكما قلت أن النموذج المزدهر والسياسة الخارجية والاقتصاد لا يمكن أن يعمل في ظل حرائق متصلة في المنطقة، في ظل أزمات متتالية ومتتابعة. لكن هذا لا يعني أن تقف وتوقف عجلة النمو إلى أن تتعافى المنطقة من أزماتها ومن صراعاتها، ولكن أنت تبادر بإطفاء هذه الحرائق. في يوليو من العام الجاري، أول خطاب وطني شامل للشيخ محمد بن زايد منذ توليه رئاسة دولة الإمارات، قال إن تنويع اقتصادنا ضرورة استراتيجية أساسية ضمن خططنا للتنمية. وأيضا نبه في خطابه إلى أن أولويات الإمارات تشمل تنمية قدراتنا في مجال العلوم والتكنولوجيا وتطويرها. يعني هذا يعكس تفكير متقدم واعي بكيف تصل إلى المستقبل. لذلك الإمارات اتجهت إلى تشكيل مجالس تشجيع الابتكار، التفاعل مع الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، الذكاء الاصطناعي، الروبوتات، أبحاث الفضاء، الطباعة الثلاثية الأبعاد، الرقمنة، أبحاث الطب والتكنولوجيا، واللي هي تعمل يعني حاليا هي تغير شكل العالم، تغير مصير الإنسان كما لم يحدث أبدا في التاريخ الإنساني. الإمارات دائما تحاول أن تسابق الزمن، عدم التأخر في الانخراط في هذه الحقول، استلهام الدروس، التعلم من التجارب الناجحة ومن الفشل أيضا، عدم التباطؤ في الإصغاء لحركة التاريخ وحقائق الأشياء. يعني
دكتورة، ربما يكون هذا سؤالي الأخير حقيقة حتى نلتزم بالوقت. يعني أنت طرحت في مقدمة الكتاب مجموعة من الأسئلة، سأذكر بعضها وليس كل الأسئلة، وأتمنى يعني أن أعرف إلى أي مدى استطاع الكتاب أن يجيب على هذه الأسئلة. مثلا كان هناك سؤال: كيف نقل الشيخ محمد بن زايد دولة الإمارات من موقع دولة صغيرة على هامش العلاقات الدولية إلى لاعب إقليمي مؤثر؟ ما هي معايير قوة الدول؟ هل من الأجدى اعتماد معايير نوعية بدلا من المعايير الكمية ذا المقارنة بين قوة الدول؟ وهل يمكن اعتبار دولة الإمارات نموذجا؟ ما هي العناصر المهمة التي تمتلكها دولة الإمارات في نموذج القوة الخاص بها؟ ما هي ركائز النموذج الإماراتي في بناء القوة والاستعداد للمستقبل؟ جعلت الجغرافيا من الإمارات الصغيرة، كيف تغلبت الإمارات على ذلك وأصبحت دولة مؤثرة؟ أنا لا أريد الحقيقة أن يعني أحرق متعة قراءة الكتاب على الجمهور الذي يستمع إلى هذه الجلسة، ولكن أريد فقط أن أسأل إلى أي مدى استطعت أن تجيبي على هذه الأسئلة من خلال الكتاب. أنا قرأت الكتاب ولا أريد أترك الإجابة لك.
هل وجدت الإجابة؟
أنا؟
هل وجدت الإجابة في
يعني أمتنع عن الإجابة حتى أستمع إلى إجابتك.
شوف علي، الهدف طبعا من الكتاب هو ليس كتاب دعائي، هو كتاب علم. ويعني أردت أن أوفي الشيخ محمد بن زايد حقه، لأنه هو فعلا رائد هذا النموذج الريادي وتطويره. أردت أن ألقي على الضوء على نموذج لقوة ولدولة صغيرة تعيش وسط تحديات. منطقة الخليج أيضا منطقة مضطربة جدا، فيها دول تحاول الهيمنة، في دول كبرى تتصارع فيما بينها، في محيط أوسع هو أيضا مليء بالصراعات، في محيط أوسع وأكبر اللي هو المحيط الدولي المليء بالتنافس بين الأقطاب. هذه الدولة كيف تستطيع أن تكيف نفسها مع كل هذه التحولات والصراعات من منطق ما يسمى بالسرفايفل أو البقاء، وأن تصنع نموذجا خاصا بها وفق معطياتها الداخلية والإقليمية. أنا أزعم نحن أيضا كنت أسابق الزمن في المشاريع اللي يطرحها الشيخ محمد، مواكبة استطيع أن أقول فقط إلى 2022، ما بعد ذلك يمكن أن نحتاج كتاب آخر أو كتب. لا أستطيع القول أن الكتاب قد أوفى الشيخ محمد بن زايد حقه من ضمن رؤيته، لكن كنت أريد أن أوفيه حقه أمام الباحثين الغربيين الذين يعني يأخذون القشرة وتحليل سطحي لدور الإمارات لنموذجها، ولا يغوصون في داخل هذا النموذج لمعرفة نقاط القوة فيه. لا يوجد كثير من إلقاء الضوء على القوة الناعمة، على المبادرات، على ما قامت به الإمارات، على دورها الرائد في المساعدات التي طالت العالم بشرقه وغربه. أعترف نحن الإماراتيون خجولون في التسويق لنموذجنا ولمبادرتنا. يمكن نحتاج أن نعمل أكثر على تسويق هذه المبادرات.
شكرا دكتور. أنا الحقيقة يعني لا أستطيع إلا أن أقول أنني وجدت الحقيقة الإجابات فعلا في فصول هذا الكتاب، وأدعو الحقيقة إلى قراءته، لأن أول كتاب يصدر عن رؤية صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد في بناء القوة بعد تولي سموه رئاسة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في شهر مايو الماضي. قبل الختام سوف نعرض عليكم فيلما قصيرا عن الكتاب، أرجو أن نشاهده قبل أن ننهي الجلسة. الحضور الكرام، كان من المفترض أن نأخذ بعض الأسئلة في نهاية هذه الجلسة، ولكن الحقيقة لأن افتتاح الملتقى تأخر ساعة تقريبا، والتزاما أيضا بوقت الجلسات التالية، سوف أضطر الحقيقة إلى عدم أخذ أسئلة. وأشكر في النهاية في الختام أشكر دكتورة ابتسام الكتبي على هذه الإضاءة التي ألقتها على كتابها نموذج دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في بناء القوة، رؤية محمد بن زايد. كما أشكر لكم حسن الاستماع، وننتقل إن شاء الله إلى الفقرات التالية. شكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The next panel will start in 5 minutes. The next panel will start in 5 minutes. The next panel will start in 5 minutes. The next panel will start now. The next panel will start now. The next panel will start now.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Why don't you switch? Switch. Because nobody can see your names anyway. Yeah, move there. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Huh? Yeah, right here, right here.
But can they,
Now, can you hear me? Here we go. Okay, I think our power is back on, and hopefully the names will not come up appearing on these panels because I've just shifted the panelist presentation so it doesn't look like we have the Americans versus the Russians. We're just all integrated here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Steve Clemens. I've had the privilege of moderating here for 9 years, and I want to thank Eftesan Ketbi and her team for inviting us and always sort of committing to doing some panels that are very edgy, and I think this one will deliver with that. I'm editor-at-large of a new publication called Semaphore. Some of you have been reading it and coming up to me, and all I would say, and I look at my friends Ed Luce and others, and sorry for the promotion here, but sign up for it, then you'll get my email, and then please send me all of the scoops on politics from your countries. That's how a global publication grows, so I look forward to that in interacting with all of you. Well, look, our title today is The Russian War in Ukraine, Rewriting the World's New Rules. And I'm going to basically say that rewriting the world's new rules sounds too polite for the conversation we're about to have. Things are much more raw right now, much more strained and stressed. I don't know if we're blasting through the new rules, blasting through the old rules, but this is not the kind of polite conversation or polite sets of issues. We'll have a polite conversation, but the issues are very tough, very edgy. Tens of thousands of people are dying. This is a consequential time in global history. This is not a panel that is dealing with trivial issues. This is a big, big panel here, and we have an extraordinary group here with us, and it's not often that you see this kind of panel in today's world. We have just to my left Dr. Andrei Kortunov, who's the Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council. For those of you who may be familiar with Richard Haas of the Council on Foreign Relations, I recently told Richard that he was the Andrei Kortunov of America. That's a joke. We have Cliff Kupchan, who is the chairman of the Eurasia Group. It's great to be here with Cliff. And we have, of course, Dr. Sergei Karaganov, the scientific head of the School of International Economics and Foreign Affairs, National Research University, and honorary chair of the Presidium of the Council on Foreign and Defense Policy, Moscow. I've had the privilege of interviewing both Dr. Karaganov and Cliff and Dr. Kortunov in the past. So as we start this discussion about not just Ukraine, it's really a conversation far beyond that, but really is to the degree that we're seeing a change in the way the world operates, whether we're thinking of it as a, moving into some form of multipolar world, what we are transitioning to, what the big tectonic plates of power are, and the different dimensions of power, who the winners and losers in this evolution are going to be. I've asked Dr. Kortunov to help set the stage in just a few minutes. No long speeches, guys. I'll cut you off. And then we will have time for conversation and Q&A with our audience. So, Andrei, if you wouldn't mind helping to set the stage for how you see this, not only from Moscow's viewpoint, but I ask any panelist to try to not only share with us your own views, but also give a little objective distance to think analytically. So we don't have just Russians and Americans up here. We have people who are looking with some objectivity of how this system is going to work without wearing flags on our forehead. But you go ahead. Andrei?
well, thank you, Steve. As a good moderator, you should be looking for a drama here.
Don't worry, I know we'll get it.
And it's easy to be alarmist and pessimistic. It's the flavor of the season. And all of us are entertaining escalation scenarios. All of us are playing with various models of how the world order is going to implode, to collapse, and what will happen tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, next year. But just to keep up the discussion, let me try to use a couple of minutes, and I will try not to abuse the schedule, to make a modest case for optimism, as odd as it might sound.
This is why I've got Cliff here, because Cliff is never optimistic.
But let me try to state a couple of ideas and let Cliff and Sergey criticize me for being too naive.
Yeah.
And let me start with the following. If I were to use just one word to describe the essence of the current crisis and the implications of the current crisis, the word would be resilience. And I would add that this is resilience that most of us failed to foresee. We can clearly talk about the resilience of the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian society resisting the Russian military operation on its territory. We can also talk about the resilience of the Russian economic system and to some extent the Russian political system, which continued to operate rather smoothly under an increasing pressure, political and economic pressure from the West. We can talk about the resilience of the West itself, which maintained the cohesion when the costs of its pressure on Russia started to grow, again, both political and economic costs. And finally, we can talk about the resilience of the global South in its intention not to get directly involved into this conflict. So if this is true, if we have a combination of resiliences, I think it would be fair to say that the international system at large has also demonstrated and continues to demonstrate a degree of resilience. Of course, many bad things can still happen. We can still have a nuclear escalation, we can still have an implosion of the international system, but just a couple of most recent developments, which I think support my point. The US-Russia negotiations on nuclear weapons are underway, and we will see negotiations on the future of the START agreement in Cairo. President Biden meets Chairman Xi in Indonesia, and I think that the dangers of a direct military clash between China and the United States over Taiwan are very low. The oil prices remain very volatile, but they are not more volatile than they were, let's say, 10 years ago. I don't think that we are approaching a moment when we have a serious resource crunch or a major food crisis in the world. So basically, the system survived. For the time being, we can argue that the system turned out to be more stable and turned out to be more resilient and resistant to shocks than many thought. And let me remind you that 3 years ago, I do recall here in this particular room, we discussed how the COVID pandemic would impact the international system, and there were many, gloom and doom scenarios that the world would never be the same, that we are entering an entirely different period. Now, 3 years later, who actually remembers these predictions and these doomsday scenarios? The same can be applied to the region, and I don't think I have now time to talk about the changes in the region, but I hope that we will have this opportunity later over this discussion. But my take is that though it becomes much more difficult for great powers to collaborate on specific issues related to Middle East, it is still not impossible. For instance, just one example, we have this United Nations Security Council resolution on the trans-border humanitarian assistance to Syria. Right. This resolution was extended a couple of times, and now it expires in January. My bet is that despite all the difficulties, despite all the problems, this resolution is likely to be extended again, because all the sides are interested in that, and all the sides might have the political will to do that. Yes, there will be complications. Regional powers are getting more assertive. That might contain certain risks, but I do not believe that we will have anything like a big-scale Iranian-Saudi war. I don't think it is approaching. So let me just finish this very brief statement with saying that when we listen to the sounds of the crisis, we usually take these sounds as the roar of the trumpets of the apocalypse. But I think it is just a ring of the alarm clock.
Right.
It's time to wake up.
Well, thank you for that. And Cliff, let me bring you in here. And in doing this and sharing the elements of the dashboard you think are important to surface right now, what I'm hearing from Andrei Kortunov is that the situation with Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine, this moment, which we're going to get to Dr. Karaganov, is defined as he's defined it as an existential moment for Russia. The West has sort of seen it as a rallying cry. I've interviewed Andrei before, who said, essentially this is a fight between Russia and the West with the platform of Ukraine. And so, but what I'm hearing from you now is it may not be as dire from a global tectonic perspective as often discussed. And Cliff Kupchan, I'm wondering how you see it.
Well, I'm going to zoom back in, and no, I'm not as optimistic as Andrei. Well, let me start by summarizing the view of Washington and then briefly saying what I think of that view. I mean, look, in Washington, people are really optimistic right now. The prevailing view is that the Ukrainians can win this war with U.S. help, will win this war, and should try to win this war. The Ukrainians should press the military advantage. Russians are, maybe regrouping in the east, but troubled everywhere. It may be possible to gain more land before winter sets in, and that's the view in Washington. I can tell you, because I've been in these meetings, it is a very, very self-confident view. The view is that for the next year at least, U.S. political support and European political support for the war will be there. And I have to say that the recent midterm election, I think, will make President Biden, will give him wind at the back. It was an amazing election in my country, from my view anyway. It was one that was regenerating, and one where I think President Trump got a real blow. The American system got a real kick, very unexpectedly. The logic of the American view, the self-confidence, given Ukrainian wins, given what I should also mention, this U.S. policy of I call it salami tactic escalation. More sophisticated weapons to Ukraine by piece, up to HIMARS, a little further. The view is that Putin is deterred, that he's scared of a war against NATO. So all in all, the logic in D.C. makes sense. It's also extremely dangerous, in my view, in a couple senses. First, we don't really care, but we certainly don't know what the Russian red lines are. And, might have thought we already stepped on them, but they're probably somewhere. And I, for one, don't want to know what a desperate President Putin is going to do with chemical and or nuclear weapons. I think that's extremely, extremely worrisome. Secondly, the beginnings of the political winds, I think, are changing. The far right of the Republican Party, Marco Rubio, even Speaker McCarthy, not the far right. The Progressive Caucus issued a kind of peace now, but then retracted the letter. Most interestingly, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, has said it may be time to talk. So, I think in the end of my comments here that, Steve has gotten to this, some in the introduction to the piece. We sometimes forget that tens of thousands of young kids, teenagers have died already. Since this conference began this morning, another couple hundred kids have probably died. Winter's coming on. There's going to be a natural pause. I think given the constellation of events, this growing minority view, growing forceful minority view, has a chance in my country. And the final thing is, if the Russians are willing to talk about the status of the occupied territories or the annexed territories, then I think the Americans and the Ukrainians could offer no NATO for Ukraine. You got the basis of something to talk about. Then I would begin to become more optimistic, like my friend Andre. I've always wanted to be optimistic like him, and I will try to get there if it goes in that direction.
How do you, just real quickly before I jump to Sergey on that, how do you not get characterized immediately for that view of being an appeaser, a Neville Chamberlain, an accommodationist of Russian expansion, the first kind of invasion of a sovereign country of this sort from U.S. perspective since the end of World War II? So,
because the thrust of my idea, and those think like me, would insist that Russia return to the pre-invasion borders, so that under the plan that I just put forward, very, the sketchiest of sketchiness.
Do you start the invasion in 2014 or this year?
The invasion, the pre-February borders, the 2014 borders. Any deal that gave Russia land is not sellable in the United States.
Right.
So I don't think there's not going to be a better offer than what I just tried to sketch out.
So Sergei Karaganov, Zbigniew Brzezinski once told me in an interview that there are certain challenges that happen for a country that are defining ones and certain ones that are not, and how that nation behaves. In the case when he was talking about the United States, you can have a challenge that becomes a defining one, meaning winning or losing becomes an existential moment because it matters so much more beyond the crisis. And you've essentially argued that about the Ukraine war now, that Russia cannot lose, and that what is at place right now is Russia's place in the future, a civilization of civilizations, let me see what you said, a long legacy of heroes, etc., that have fought these wars. And you sort of see this as the next existential moment. And I'd love to get your dashboard of how you look at the conflict now. And let me just ask you this. Do you think, and I mean this seriously, from your perspective, do you see Vladimir Putin and Russia winning on any dimension right now of conflict? Because when there's this old game that we would play in the United States called Risk, it was a board game. And you would somehow take a move and it could be disastrous, or you would do other moves and find. And I'm just trying to understand Vladimir Putin's incentives for taking the actions that he did, and whether you think Russia is winning on any dimension of this conflict.
Oh, thank you, Steve. Of course, we read newspapers, and newspapers lie by 95+% or are biased. So don't trust them. I'll give you my reading of the whole thing. There are three levels of the conflict. The lower level, the tactical one, is Ukraine. The aim there was to stop NATO expansion, to crush Ukrainian, crush Ukrainian statehood, half done, demilitarize, half done. So there will be ups and downs with onslaughts, retreats for a few years. Now, hopefully, the whole thing will not end with going to a higher level of violence, which is possible, but at this juncture, not likely. But it is a very small part of the picture, even from my point of view. The bigger part of the picture is what Russia achieves, and here I think we are winning by the real goals. One is to restructure Russian elite, to wipe away pro-Western elements and comprador bourgeoisie. Done. We invited our Western colleagues to do the job for us. Done. We are united, strong, and we are ready. Second, prepare Russia economically, morally, for life for 15 years hopefully less, in a very intensively challenging environment. Wars will be everywhere. So we have to restructure economy, we have to rearm our armed forces to put the economy on more or less war footing, because for 10 years at least there will be a very rapid change in the world which will provide for dozens of conflicts. So we are creating kind of a fortress Russia, with some ups and downs, but relatively successfully. Saying that, I mean, there is a third.
I mean, just real quick, what are the ups?
Sorry?
What are the ups? You said some ups and downs. I'm just interested in what the ups are.
Ups, I don't understand.
The ups. You said with.
Oh, no. I mean, the economy and the society and the elite is being rapidly restructured. And here, I mean, there's no fifth column, there is everything. I mean, they were, and without repression or cultural revolution, which is good, because they were simply let away, or else, I mean, had to disappear. The economy is being put on more or less war footing, on a footing which is more prepared for long-term, rivalry and, if not worse. So these are the main aims. And there is a third level, which I think is also, we're doing relatively well, and that is undermining. We came to a conclusion that there is no way we could come to agreement with the West. So, I mean, the aim is to undermine finally its position. We invited our Western colleagues to do their job for us. They're doing away with globalism. They're doing away with free trade. They're doing away with democracy. With everything they were born and on which they built power. And what is happening is that the world majority, because of Russia's actions in its own interests, is rising just before our eyes. And here, Dr. Abisam is showing us here. This Abu Dhabi is becoming Stockholm, Geneva, and Helsinki at the same time. But it's not only Abu Dhabi; it's everywhere. So we are rapidifying the change of power in the world, and eventually, after 10 to 15 years, hopefully, if we avoid, something calamitous, we will be much better off in a very different world. So it's not about Ukraine, with all my respect to my friends. Ukraine is a tactical, very important issue with a lot of losses, with ugly war, etc., etc. But it is about long-term direction of the world, politics, economics, moral dimensions, and of the role of Russia within that world.
Well, thank you. Well, one of the things I've been trying to think about, we see the 9th anniversary of this conference here in Abu Dhabi and the Emirates Policy Center. I'm trying to think about what happens 15 years from now. So the 24th anniversary of this conference. Will power look like it largely does today? Will the system be resilient in the ways, Andre, you just said? And as I think about it, my general take is I see, and I know this is controversial, and my friend Jacob Heilbrunn of National Interests out here sees it differently, so I want to tip my hat to him, but I see America in a kind of relative strategic contraction from various roles that it played in the world. And when I listen to Dr. Gargash speak today about vacuums and those that would fill them, part of the perception of that contraction, in my view, is leaving vacuums. And I don't think other parties, be they China or other, are necessarily ready to run into them. But it's in one element of the international system. I think the other element that's very interesting is when you look at Russia's behavior recently, and my personal view is, I wouldn't find this sort of a net win for Russia on many levels, and it may make it more quickly irrelevant in the future. And then when you look then at the great power rivalries, isn't this moment, Andrei Kortunov, really playing into an ascendance track for China to matter much more, to speed up, if you will, China's importance and relevance in global governance and in key global issues. How do you see China amidst these questions we're talking about? And to some degree, this is a bit narcissistic because we're talking about Russia and the U.S. But what are the other powers? India, the MENA region, other powers that matter in the future?
Well, speaking of China, I think that China has already expressed its intention to demonstrate prudence in this particular crisis, and this is not accidental because China has profited more than any other country from the existing global order.
Right.
So why should they disrupt this global order if it served them so well? I think China will be a game taker, not a game maker in the relations with the United States. And it's up to Washington, D.C. to decide what kind of relationship the United States wants to have with China, if indeed China is treated as an equal partner to the United States. That might definitely define the Chinese behavior. But if we are talking about the anniversary of this forum in, let's say, mid-2030s or closer to the middle of the century, my take is that the real problem of the world will not be a problem between Russia and the United States or between the West and China. It will be the problem between the global North and the global South. Because this problem is really fundamental. And I'm not talking about a country like Abu Dhabi right now. I'm talking about countries in Africa and in South Asia. I think that the world will basically struggle with the problem of a very major relocation of resources from the north of the south to the south. And it's not clear how this problem can be managed or even mitigated.
Let me ask you a quick question before I jump to Sergei. Does Russia leadership or do the Russian people look at China as a small power or as a power that is on par with them or a power that is greater than they are?
I think it depends on a particular dimension of power. Of course,
I mean, just take China in its totality.
Well, I think that Russians might take pride in the fact that Russia remains a nuclear superpower, which China is not. Definitely militarily, China is advancing quite fast, but Russia arguably has power projection capabilities which China does not possess, though it's questionable. But economically, definitely China is by far superior to Russia, and this relationship will continue to be asymmetrical. And with the current developments, these asymmetries might grow in future. That's clear. That should be a matter of concern. But so far as President Putin and Chairman Xi relationship is concerned, I think both leaders will do what is needed to avoid a crisis in the relationship, because both invested strategically in this relationship so much that they wouldn't jeopardize it by any unfriendly rhetoric or any manifestation of asymmetries.
Sergei, in 15 years from now, on the 24th anniversary of this conference, who are the big players on the global chessboard?
Well, I mean, I'll be too old or dead, so I mean, so I could risk now.
I expect you to live forever.
First, United States will contract, but will be still a player. China, of course, will become the number one player in the world, all the more, and number one. Russia, if it survives this crisis, would be one of the great power brokers. Europe will disappear completely. Well, of course, hopefully, I mean, we love Europe, we love European culture.
I mean, you've said that Russia will be the most important balancer of the North.
No, we will be power broker. But the main thing which will happen is not the South. It is not that what we call world majority, and that is non-West, will be completely on the rise. And countries like Indonesia, India, Arab states, especially of the Persian Gulf, some Africans will be deciding new rules. That because now we are living without any rules. By the way, we are living in the rules of jungle, which were imposed. I'm sorry, by our Western partners over the last 15, 20 years.
And so you believe they will be important?
They will, I mean, these countries will be deciding because, and I hope that they will fill the vacuum. China, because of its cultural peculiarity, couldn't take over in next 15 years. Maybe in 100, everybody would talk Chinese. And would have talked in Chinese if they silly, very strangely wouldn't have eliminated their fleet, which was, 10 times more than any fleet in the world in the 15th century, if I am correct. So maybe in 100 years, but in the coming 15 years, it will be a very balanced system. I like it. Russia will, of course, be not a serious player, but it will be a power broker. Right. Because it will be northern Eurasian power and a power broker within the non-Western system, which we call global majority. Thanks God, what has happened during the last 15 years, and especially during now, we have turned east from the west. I am proud to be the author of the idea because I invited Ords to defend us from Teutons. Right. Now the Ords are helping us, and we are with them.
Yeah. So you want to jump in, but real quick, Sergey, before he's going to get a two-finger, and I'm going to go to Cliff. But I just want to ask you. I mean, this will be a selfish question on my part, folks, but we just had elections in America, and I remember interviewing you here on this stage, where you said democracy was going into the drain and into the gutter, and that it would say, what do you think about the January, not January 6th, but the election that we just had?
It's absolutely obvious. Democracy is one of the ways to manage human complex societies. Right. It is one of the worst. Probably even the tyranny, is probably Hitler type or something. Right. It's probably worse. But the next will be democracy. It's anti-meritocracy, badly managed, and the only reason why we say that democracy is better, it's the famous saying by Churchill, but read Churchill better. Right. On every other line, he's against democracy, but this line was taken from him and put on somewhere on the motors, which have been fooling humanity for about 40, 50 years. Right. That's it. Democracy has been done away with many times in history. It will return. It's one of the ways of managing. United States will probably be some kind of a democracy because you were born a society. Brits might be. The rest would be a very mix of autocracy, hopefully monarchies here. And the rest, maybe there will be new ways of organizing and running complex societies.
I just want to note the glee with which you share that. Andrei, you had a two-finger.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think that the real choice that Russia has to make, and with which it struggled for many centuries, is not a choice between the East and the West. It's rather a choice between self-imposed isolationism and integration into a broader international community, because the laws of this community are the same. And I think the problem for the Russian psyche is that quite often the outside world is perceived as inherently hostile, unfriendly, and dangerous. But as a historian, I can remind you that...
And doesn't it look like it's choosing self-imposed isolation now?
Well, I think that for many in Russia today, it's the natural choice, unfortunately. But historically, let me emphasize it, the Russian state emerged as a trading state on the routes between the Varangians and the Greeks. So integration is in our genes. We're not doomed to stay isolated from the rest of the world.
Right. Cliff, Anwar Gargash this morning mentioned some of the countries Sergei Karganov just mentioned, but he talked about India to Nigeria, Vietnam to Mexico, and I found that fascinating because it's sort of anticipating that these nations will find power and place and significance and consequence down the road, and that's why they're in that. These four nations are very rarely mentioned in Washington, by the way, but I'm just interested as you think about the world we're in, as you think about what I ask about China and you think about the evolution, do things get better or do they get a whole hell of a lot messier?
Well, I think that we are in a bipolar world where the U.S. and China are the superpowers. I think if you look at any objective aggregate indexes of hard military power and real economic power, you got the U.S. and China, with the U.S. still in the military sphere, significantly ahead of China, but then the drop between China and the number 3 country, very stark. And that is how you define bipolarity. To me, that's actually quite clear. So we have a system, I think, where the basic dynamic is a function of these two powers. But Steve, where there's a lot more room for middle powers than there was in the previous period of bipolarity called the Cold War. It's not like that.
Right.
There's a lot more sort of room for middle powers. And, I mean, 2 real points, I think, for this audience. First, the main manifestation to me of bipolarity is the binary decoupling, pulling apart, which is going to happen in the high-tech world. It's happening. Huawei was Exhibit A. The CHIPS Act is Exhibit B. The U.S. is out to kill the Chinese semiconductor industry. And countries like this are going to have to choose sides. Secondly, the entire world is at some point, I think, going to be aligning more or less between these two powers. That will take longer. A few points, if I could, on my colleagues. I think within this world, Russia is a vastly diminished power. I think Russia now has permanently weakened itself, will be under Western sanctions for years. Unless we get an unexpected agreement, these are forever sanctions, kind of like forever stamps. They're just not going to go away. The arms export industry is going to be weakened. Even that, I mean, Russia's going to be a vastly weakened state. It was a competitor in the military sphere for the top rank. Now I think it's dropped. Secondly, Sergei talks about the rise of the East. Well, we have seen the tremendous power the United States has, for better or for worse, it's a reality, over the global financial system through sanctions. There's this impending tsunami of sanctions that came up against Russia. I mean, that kind of power is not going to go away, and it's very hard to do business in the world if you don't have a MasterCard. That's just reality. It's very hard to clear accounts, without using the U.S. dollar. North-South, yes, Andre, I agree with you. The split's going to get very bad. It's going to worsen. But ultimately, to be realpolitik about it, what can the South do? Where's the South's leverage? I grapple with that. I grapple whether there is a so what to the worsening of the North-South split. Okay, and the final point I wanted to make is that in this region, given U.S. retrenchment, I totally agree with Sergei, the U.S. is retrenching, will structurally retrench. Democrats, Republicans, Trump or no Trump. This region, I think, has become increasingly unmoored, despite what the distinguished guest at the beginning said, from the United States.
Say that one more time. I couldn't hear it.
I think this region has already become unmoored from the United States. I think that the OPEC Plus decision to infuriate the Biden administration was the first incipient sound of a Saudi-first policy, of an Emirati-first policy, of a new age in which this country and this region are going to make their own decisions based mainly on commercial interests first. Secondly, I think in this bipolar world, the big winner over the medium term in this region is clearly China. Already a rising economic power, a huge energy consumer. China will be playing an increasing economic role. And throughout history, we see that when great powers start to play economic roles, they're backfilled with security roles because those powers have an interest in the stability of the region. So I think China is the rising power in this region, for really interesting structural reasons.
Fascinating. Let me ask both of our Russian colleagues here how they view the Middle East, North Africa region as a very provocative statement that it become unmoored to a certain degree from a reliance on the U.S. And I find it fascinating because Iran is still out there and perceived as a threat. I find it fascinating because one day Iraq will be back, and we saw what happened in the 1990s, and There seems to be amnesia about that moment of great insecurity in the region, how it happened. But how do you, I mean, to a certain degree, again, with America's, the perception of American contraction, Russia became involved in Libya, Russia began to become more involved in Egypt, often, you know, with support of other regional players here. Does Russia have aspirations of being a far more core force in this region as it has become unmoored from America, Andre?
Well, first of all, let me say that I agree that the United States starts downplaying the region in the system of its foreign policy priorities. And the credibility of U.S. security guarantees to the region can be questioned. However, there is no alternative. There is no benign regional hegemonic power which would be able to replace the United States as the security provider. Most of the powers which are security providers are outside of the region, or at least outside of the Arab world. We can talk about Iran, we can talk about Turkey.
And you don't see Russia becoming that?
No, I don't think that Russia can or is willing to replace the United States as the main security provider. It doesn't have resources, it doesn't have the interests, it doesn't have the intentions to do so. However, I think Russia will be present in the region as a major player, especially in places where it is already now. I think Syria will be there to stay. Russia will preserve its special relations with Iran, but it will try to balance these relations by building stronger ties to Gulf states, that's clear. And I think that Russia will probably try to cooperate with China so that the level of their coordination on the MENA region will increase in future. Something like joint naval exercises or solidarity voting in the United Nations, or maybe even joint assistance packages in Syria, elsewhere. Afghanistan is definitely a country to watch where Russian-China partnership might be put to a test. But I think that Russia will be ready and willing to work with China as well as with the regional players in order to make sure that the U.S. contraction will not lead to chaos and disruption in the region.
Sergei?
I think that Russia will continue to play a role of a balancer of, modest security provider, all the more that its present role is extremely profitable. I mean, our role in our situation, our presence in Syria, helped our Persian Gulf friends, has provided us with an avalanche of monies, by the way, because of our ability to help to manage the oil prices and to help to keep things under control. So Russia will be here, but as an outside, and God forbid we are not willing to fill the vacuum. It's like putting, Americans have burned their hands, and retreating, why should we? I think the Chinese will be not coming as a geopolitical power, but they will be everywhere here. A lot of things, but we have been talking here in traditional terms, but we should think in historic terms. Almost everything, if not a lot, will depend on Arab states and the Persian Gulf states themselves. Of course, some of the Arab states would be partly destabilized, food prices, etc. But the key problem from my point of view, and I applaud the efforts of United Arab Emirates, is to build bridges with the Persians, with Iran. If things are stabilized there, this will be one of the powerhouses of the world and the provider of stability, wealth, etc., etc. But they have to solve the problem. A few years ago, it was absolutely impossible to predict that Israel's will be all over. But United Arab Emirates and their friends in the Persian Gulf did that. why not solving the Iranian problem? All the more that the Iranian problem is partially artificial. Because Iran was put in this strange position, because Americans could not forget the humiliation of 1979, I think, yeah?
Right.
Yes. But now when the United States are gradually, with their destabilizing policies, are gradually moving away, hopefully not fully because it's a major power. I mean, the local people could take things into their hand, and we see that they are ready. They're becoming more independent, more sovereign, and I am happy about that. The world is becoming freer, more responsible, and this is a very good development. We have contributed to that as Russia by undermining the foundation of Western dominance in the world, and that is military predominance, which allowed them to rob all the world, I mean, for 500 years. Now they are free.
Sergei, I want to, the rumor about you is whether or not you talk to Vladimir Putin all the time or not, and I don't know whether people do, that people think that you think like him, and that he thinks like you. And so that the way you process things is similar. And so people look at you as a proxy for the way Vladimir Putin looks at things. Now, this may be untrue, but let's just pretend it is. Let's just pretend it is. I want to acknowledge that in the room we have the Ukrainian ambassador, and I want to be careful as we talk about off-ramps that we acknowledge that it's always important to remember other parties in the room that are very part of this. But I'm interested in what Vladimir Putin would consider as a potential off-ramp or a way to deal with the Ukrainian situation, which has become so high cost for Russia, certainly high cost for Ukraine, it's high cost for the West, whether or not you have any thoughts about that. And I want to acknowledge that Ukrainian friends of mine have said, not 1 inch, this is the wrong time to discuss that. But given what Cliff Kupchin shared with General Mark Milley, the chairman of our Joint Chiefs of Staff, certain members of Congress are calling for some opportunity for diplomacy to come in to begin looking at that. Just put all those parties there. But what does Vladimir Putin think would be the
first
way
of all,
forward?
I never talked to Vladimir Putin. It used to, but now, no. So if we think, I mean, in parallel, I'm
okay, well, what does Sergei Karaganov
proud
think?
to say.
Yeah.
So I could talk only on my behalf. My thing, I believe that we will continue this conflict until we get some positive results. The positive results is a kind of political solution with parts of Ukraine going under control of Russia, parts of Ukraine fully demilitarized and fully neutral, which we offered. If Donbass is secure and etc., if things go exacerbate on the military level, I mean, we shall simply wipe away, and that's the worst scenario for the Ukrainian people. And of course, many people in Russia believe that Ukraine should cease to exist as a state because it is creating itself as an anti-Russian entity. I hope that wouldn't happen because Ukraine has been a burden on Soviet neck, the biggest burden for several decades. I don't want to put that burden again on our shoulders. And also running, I mean, a devastated, robbed country with completely devastated elites and completely corrupt elites. One of the worst scenarios, I was joking many years, is that if Americans want to really harm Russia, it should present Ukraine wrapped in a nice paper to Russia so that it would have an indigestion. That was public. So
it's an interesting provocation. Andrei Kortunov, nobody would accuse you of being aligned with Putin's thinking, but how do you see it?
Well, first of all, let me say that we got closest to some kind of a settlement in Istanbul in the end of March. where they almost agreed on a package of some compromises, which turned out to be more or less acceptable to both sides. Unfortunately, these conversations were interrupted, and arguably it is impossible to get back to where we were in the end of March. Too much blood has been spilled, and too many changes on the ground have happened since then. So my take is that the best scenario we could probably count on is a ceasefire. Again, it will not happen tomorrow. I think both sides believe that time might make the negotiating positions better. So unfortunately, I envisage another cycle of escalation. I hope that it will not be a protracted cycle of escalation, and that both sides will deplete their resources and their commitment to continue fighting, maybe by the end of the year, maybe next year. And then the question would be how to make this ceasefire as stable as possible, more stable than the Minsk II agreements. I think it would partially depend on the international engagement in terms of monitoring. I personally do not believe that OSCE can provide an adequate monitoring mission given the length of the line of contact. We will definitely need something extra, maybe a hybrid UN/OSCE mission, something like that. And then gradually we can get back to territorial issues, because definitely we cannot address them today, but we can address them when the dust settles. And I hope that even these issues can be resolved, especially if we are thinking about new political cycles in Russia, in Ukraine, and also in the West.
Cliff, I'm going to give you the last word. Unfortunately, we don't have questions because of the microphones are having difficulty, as I understand it. But I want to ask you to respond to that same question, because you mentioned General Milley's views, and you talked about needing to get to a certain point. But in that process, how do you, I think the American experience, and whether or not you think this is a defining issue for the United States, that does it look like appeasement or abandonment of Ukrainians who, to Andrei Kortunov's point, responded, fairly, incredibly valiantly, if you want to call it, incredibly strongly with regard to this invasion, in a way that we had anticipated or said that the Afghans would, in light of Afghanistan. So, when you look at Afghanistan, no resilience. You looked at Ukraine. I think a lot of people did not expect Ukraine to do as well as it did, and it has created equities for the West, equities for the United States and NATO that really matter for a non-ally nation that was, was flirting with membership in NATO. But how do we extract ourselves from this in a way, or how do we get to an outcome that's acceptable, because the United States has made it a defining challenge for itself?
Well, first, Steve, I want to thank you for starting the rumor that Sergei talks to Vladimir Putin frequently. It's one that I will repeat for the rest of the week. I think it's really look, Putin's losing the war. I mean, there's a fundamental reality here. He's just plain losing. And I think he knows that. I mean, we've all been around him a good bit. He's a really, really smart guy. There's no two ways to look at that. He's losing ground. His army doesn't want to fight. He's having trouble mobilizing people. He's got increasing problems in Moscow. He's losing the war. That, to me, look, to answer your question directly, the Ukrainians will make their own decision as to what's okay and what's not okay. Washington won't. And I've spoken to enough of our guys, who I've known my whole life, to know that's what they will do in this. We're not going to be forcing things on Mr. Zelensky. That said, I also believe that Mr. Zelensky is a very smart guy. He knows kind of what's possible broadly, and I think what's not. He knows how many of his kids are dying every day. He's well aware of that. I think this is a time for flexibility. and I hope that on some level, Sergei and the Russians, people like Sergei, are more flexible than what we just heard, because I think that would be needed. One of the things that, my final sort of plea to this audience, though, is that, look, my view is not very popular at home. What I just said up here, I'm sure I'll hear about it when I fly home. It's a very minority view. It's one I think is absolutely right. But so too do I ask people in the audience, Emiratis, if there's a role to play. This country and the Saudis can play a very important role in mediating. And I think the next 3 months or so, it probably won't work. Look, this time next year, this war will probably go on for a decade. But it might not. And we all got to play the chance that it might not. And so that I hope the Emirati government will remain involved and will work, with other governments in the region, the Turks possibly. There's a group of countries that can make a difference here, that have positioned themselves really well. And that's going to be a really important part of possibly, hopefully, getting us out of this mess before too many more people die.
Well, thank you for that. Let me just say, and finally, my view of this is that, informed by lots of folks, and I want to thank all of you for your candor, and I want to tell our audience, this is emotional. This is psychologically traumatic in many ways, to think about the fact that tomorrow is not going to be defined by the way we did things yesterday. That said, change sometimes comes very quickly, sometimes change comes very slowly. I'm reminded that Clifford Kupchan has a wonderful brother, good friend of mine, who served in the Obama White House as the National Security Director in the National Security Council for Europe and Russia, and he wrote a book 20 years ago called The End of the American Era. You can buy it on Amazon. But the book was right, but came too early, perhaps, or maybe not. My friend Jacob Habran and others, we were in a conversation recently, we're talking about maybe if America is in strategic contraction, everyone else is in faster contraction. So America's doing well on a relative basis compared to many other states. And so it is a changing system, and this is an edgy conversation that I think was very, very important, and that I think we will need to continue. So I'll tell Ebtisam that 15 years from now, I think the world will be, in fact, different. Maybe part of that conversation started here today with what will happen, and sometimes it's nasty and brutal. Lives are lost. We need to remember how to get back out of that with some, I think, dignity and respect for mankind in a way, and begin thinking about what the deficits were that got us into the horrible mess we're in. So I want to thank very much Dr. Sergei Karaganov, Clifford Kupchan, and Andrei Kortunov. Thank you very much. And then I think we're done. Or is there another? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the third session has been moved to after the lunch. So the lunch will start now. السادة الحضور، تم نقل الجلسة الثالثة إلى فترة ما بعد الغداء. شكرا.
يتغدى وتوكل؟
لا مش راح اغادر، راح دائما لسه ما بعرف انا مش حاسس، انا مش انا تعرفني.
خلهم يجيبوا لك لبس زين واشياء واسبح هني.
لا بروح اعمل فريش البيت.
ليش
حلوه الثريا هاي
مقدمة
بس مبالغ فيها.
شو هيك تاخذ؟
سوري.
See, you made the right choice.
اسمع عن هاي شو يسمونها؟ شوف الحركات اللي اسويها انا فلا تتبصر عن الناس. مو في حد مدلع نزلت. على شمسة خلاص دايركت. مهرة كيف هاي؟ يبقى عادي قولها انا يوسف العبير. قولها انا يوسف العبير.
عادي؟ تعرفني شيء؟ ما تعرفني؟
بلا مو عارفة يوسف العبير بس شمسة. هي شمسة. شمسة من زميلتها. قاعدين نسجل على فكرة. بيروح على فكرة التسجيل. ترى شو السالفة كاملة.
شمسة شو يعني شمسة؟ شلون ترجمة؟
كمل
شمسة يعني فضيحة.
عين أمين. فضيحة؟ ترى اسمها على
شيل
مسمى.
الصوت هذا. شيل الصوت
صوت الرجل عورة.
لا لا صوتي انا شو تعرف ذكي لا بعرف ولا بتعرف ليش تطلع صوتي لعندك.
أنا آسفة يعني على الأسماء. لا مو على شمسة.
هي شمسة.
لا تسمعينا على أصدقائي. أخاف يقولون الإمارات يتكلمون بهالطريقة. هي علوم الدار.
لا زين؟
اي والله علوم الدار زميلتها. أدب خلينا نقول معرفنا.
شو صار هلا قول لي؟ انا وصلت ما بعرف، انا محتاج شو صاير هاي.
روح بريك روح صحي وتعال.
انا ما بدي
ليش؟ ساعة بس.
كل شيء ثاني. شوي ثاني بدي اروح اطلع سبيكر كمان.
دكتور فرانسيس شو بدك تعمل؟ بدك تاكلي ولا لا؟
اسمع والله يا جد.
بتاكل.
يلا قوم ناكل غدا.
ناكل؟
بعدين مش هيطلع ريحتنا ريحة طفل. حالتنا حالة. تعرف بعرف على كلمة تحت طالعه.
يلا قرروا.
والله
اتكلم.
يلا تاكلي ولا لا؟
اللي برد.
هلا بخلصنا
تاكلي ولا لا؟
أبرد. شو؟
دفع جعانين بخلصوا.
يلا زين قوموا يلا.
يعني روح ليش
شو تبغى؟ شو تبغى؟
انا اسمع بعض الوقت.
خليني ارندر السادس ونروح يلا.
والله حتى انا ساعة كم البريك؟ بريك قد ايه مدته؟ بريك قد ايه مدته؟ حتى انا بروح على الاوتيل بلبس. ليه 20 دقيقة؟ 12 دقيقة.
توصلني بطريقك يعني وارجع بسيارتي؟
لا بلبس وكنت بقطع بكون خلص.
قصدك ما غادر احنا الاثنين سوا؟
يلا.
ايه شو
ها؟
دقيقة شو انا افكر. انا بس عم سألك
يلا
معلم. هي البر هاي هون بس راجع
اللي بعده سلبي. يلا زل تحت. ايش كم مرة بدك تراجع هذول؟ اللي بعده شو؟
هلا الجلسة الثالثة.
يلا. شو هذا؟ فرانسيس مين فرانسيس؟ بعينك جيمي لندس. جيمي لندس وين هذا؟ يلا روح. استنى هذاك شو كان؟ رجع باك. هذا فرانسيس وين هذا فرانسيس؟
يا حيما من هون هذا أول واحد إن شاء الله.
لا
هاي الجلسة الثالثة.
هاي
أول واحد جيمس.
هذا جيمس؟
لينسز.
نعم.
لينسز.
روح يلا فرانسيس.
بعدين مين؟
فرانسيس.
تراجعوا بالعربي الإنجليزي.
جيمس فرانسيس جوني اوكي. داكوب اوكي. ادوارد ليش؟ اوكي. اللي بعده الرابعة.
خلاص مساعد.
ها؟
أول واحد مين جيمس فرانسيس صح؟ اوكي يعني 8 إلى 11. اوكي اكتب بتصدر هيك. ستور كنترول اي. خط جي. اوكي.
الله اكبر.
نسوي مثلا المكتب.
حضرتك شوية سوشيال ميديا انجليزي ها؟
ماليزيا 8 إلى 11.
شباب الموتير اللي جاي الآن يبلش يقطع زي من الجلسات. يبني أصلا شو اسمه؟ يبني نهائي. لا اليوم ولا بكرة؟ لا بكرة. كامل. اليوم خلاصات ما في شيء عادي. خلاصات بكرة. بس اليوم يبلش دقيق يعني. محافظة يا شباب ها؟ أنا ليش أتكلم يعني بس أقول له أنا ما أعرف شو الأسئلة.
أنا بقول له وينه؟
ولا أقول له مين يقول له؟ تفضل يعني يلا قول.
طبعا تليفون بدون ما يبعث لحد يروح لعند المونيتير. اوكي سيفت لك هسه المكتب اعطيه عند يوسف هذول تيبل نيم اوكي هذول ادوار وجيمس لينس. بعدين سكر
كل من وراء. كان نزلنا فوق دايما يو خلينا نروح البيت ونروح نغير ملابسنا
لا ما تروحوش اثنين.
ليه يحطنا طالع 3 ايام
واحد شباب ممكن نحتاج
كل يوم بالملابس ما نمنا هون ولا نمنا ساعتين انا تحت طاوله. هذا المسكين صار 3 ايام هنا بالضبط.
هذا المسكين بعد حاجه كثير.
هذا المسكين
من على السوشيال ميديا بعرف لك اياه انجليزي.
مش 3 ايام
انجليزي بعته على الايميل.
اي رجعوني عليه. والله ما كنت عارف في المكتب. انا شيء
لك حق الشارجر قريب تحت الطاولة ما في شيء والله. ما في لا ما في غير تجيب هون تحط عندنا يعني.
لا ضد النجاح. أعداء النجاح.
عم يجيك تليفون عم يجيك تليفون مش فاضي. بروح ولا
تغدوا ولا شو؟
عم يشحن؟
اسمع امين انا راح اتغدى واطلع مباشرة، بس شو بدي اروح اعطيه تحت سيارتي؟
كيف بدنا نعرف انه عم يشحن؟ شحن؟
واحد يطلع واحد يطلع. لما الثاني يجي الثاني يطلع. فهمت علي كيف؟ انا ممكن باي لحظة انت شايف شو يصير.
يلا نتغدى وروح انت.
روح اتغدوا هلا اثنين.
بس هرجع حالي خلينا نروح ندور جاهز.
هاي اي شيء السادس؟
هاي اليوم مش جاهزة. قديش؟
هاي السادس
جاهزة 17.
لما تكون جاهزة يعني اكسبورتد.
يعني بدنا نفضلها هلا
معناته مش جاهزة بعدها.
بس راجع والله. بدك راجع ارجع افتح لي ملفات ثانية حلوة تبعك. وين كنت مسيفها؟ يوسف بانلز هون. هي الجلسة السادسة تبع شو؟ تبع المناخ الغذاء. اوكي فود. هاي فود. اوكي الصور. راجع الصور. واحدة العلم الأشمال الشهور. 2 المصاري. 3 الاجتماع. 4 البحث. فيري جود. الصور أبيض. المادة سوري خلينا نشوف المتحدثين صورهم. كان رقمها 6.
أليس هيل
دقيقة. أليس هيل اللي هي البنت.
دكتور سمير
سارام هذا
وحاتم وبهجة القلبي. خلاص كله تمام 100.
بدك تراجع اللي هذول
زميلة شو رئيس مؤسسة عضو هيئة اقتصاد ومدير ملتقى. لا هذا شو هذا؟ هذا بهجة قرني أستاذ علاقات دولية واقتصادية في الجامعة الأمريكية بالقاهرة. مدير منتدى الجامعة بالقاهرة.
أسماء مختصرة. هاي أسماء مختصرة بعثها حمدان
خالد.
لا استخدمها أنا استخدم منها غير هاي اللي هون.
خلاص.
المهم أنا رايح أتغدى.
صح.
إذا بدكم شيء ترنوش علي.
ضروري
Okay. My name is Edwin Luce. I'm the U.S. National Editor for the Financial Times, based in Washington. I think this is the 5th time that I'm here at this wonderful Abu Dhabi strategic debate, and it gets better every year. Thank you, Dr. Entzan, for a wonderful annual conference. And we have a hugely important but also wide-ranging topic to cover in this panel, America and the world. And I think a week ago, you might have had a different slant from the panelists, but in the last week, we've had what, I guess, from Joe Biden's point of view, will be positive shocks. Shocks aren't just negative, sometimes they can be positive from Biden's perspective. First of all being, of course, the famous red wave that was going to lead to Republican recapturing of Congress. It didn't happen. It was barely even a red ripple. The Democrats are retaining control of the Senate. And I guess there's about a 1 in 3, 1 in 4 chance they might even cling on to control of the House of Representatives. This is an extraordinary confounding of expectations. And it does have foreign policy implications. Biden is in a far more secure position to rest on with foreign policy continuity than he would have been if Republicans had regained Congress. Donald Trump, of course, was expected to have a good night on Tuesday night. He had a very bad night on Tuesday night. Tomorrow he's going to nevertheless launch his 2024 presidential campaign from Mar-a-Lago. This is in a context of a party that's realizing he is not a winner. A word that he dreads is actually something of a loser when it comes to elections. And his ejection into the midterm campaign was one of the reasons Republicans so underperformed. It's also been a positive shock for Joe Biden in terms of what's happening in Ukraine. The Russian evacuation or tactical retreat, whatever you call it, there is debate there from person, is taken in Washington as a major advance for Ukraine. And of course we have right now, Biden, for the first time since before COVID, Xi Jinping in Bali. I think the meeting is happening as we're speaking. So this is the first meeting face-to-face Biden had as a president with China's president, and it's the first meeting between Chinese and US leaders since before COVID. And Putin, of course, is not turning up at the G20 summit, which, given the geopolitics and the tensions, might be a relief to many of the organizers, the Indonesian hosts, and probably a relief to almost everybody barring members of my profession. So anyway, let's start off this discussion with this week's events. I'm going to start with Jacob Halbrook, who's the editor of the National Interest in Washington, D.C. Then I'll bring in Greg Gores, who's chair of the Bush School of Government at Texas A&M University, and to far left, who's head of foreign policy at the Council on Foreign Relations. Essentially, we have a slightly more complicated title, but let's forget titles. Jacob, let me start with you. What are the foreign policy, the U.S. foreign policy implications of this week's midterm shock?
The main implication is that there will be no substantive changes in Biden administration foreign policy. Before the election, I assumed that if the Republicans had gained control of the House and potentially the Senate, that they would attempt to throw sand in the gears of the Biden foreign policy machine. And they likely would have been able to do it successfully, particularly on the issue of Ukraine, where a number of Republicans, including Kevin McCarthy would like to become the new speaker, said that he didn't want to write a blank check for Ukraine. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, enough is enough. This is our country comes first. It would have been extremely difficult for the Republican leadership to contain the Make America Great faction in the Republican Party. Now, I think that has come to a crashing halt. I would echo Cliff Kupchan that there is new wind in Biden's sails that he himself perhaps did not anticipate. Biden is now on the way to becoming potentially a historic president in America. He is being underestimated the way Ronald Reagan was. Ronald Reagan in his early years was maybe guns, an old man, he fell asleep in cabinet meetings, he was widely derided by Democrats and the media. Biden is being treated the same way, and I think it works to his advantage. He's underestimated in the primaries, he's being underestimated now. I think American foreign policy under Biden will not only stay the course, potentially become more activist around the globe, because to put it bluntly, we may not even be headed for bipolarity with China. China is suffering internal economic difficulties, GDP growth is way down, the country is in lockdown, its wolf warrior diplomacy is antagonizing many countries. I'm not at all persuaded that China represents a serious threat in foreign policy to the United States. At the same time, Mr. Putin on February 24th, however sordid his motives were, has handed the United States and Europe an enormous gift. He's essentially liquidated Russia as a great power for the foreseeable future. That will have huge implications, I think, for the Middle East as well, where Russia will no longer be able to stymie the United States as it was in the past. So I am extremely bullish on America's future in the next few years, coupled with the domestic investments in the hundreds of billions that Biden is making. I think the United States may become the comeback kid after the disaster of the Iraq War. We may now begin to reconstitute ourselves, and we could even see a reemergence of what was created after 1989 and was bungled by the United States, which is unipolarity. It could return again this time. The question will be whether the United States can handle it or whether we go awry again. I think, given the lessons of the past, I'm more optimistic this time.
Okay, so we have an opening, very bold statement here, which is that we're moving back into a unipolar world. I want us to get back to the debate on that, because it's a contentious but fascinating proposition. And just stick, Jim, for the moment, with the implications of last week's midterm results. Now, if Jacob's correct in saying that the wind is back in Biden's sails, and if I'm correct and everyone else is correct in saying that the Trump brand might not recover from this, we could be seeing the beginning of the end of Trump here. Does that mean we're also seeing the beginning of the end of MAGA foreign policy, of America first approach to foreign policy, or does that exist independently of whether Trump himself is up or down?
Thank you. First, before I start, let me just say it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I want to thank Dr. Sam for the invite to come here. There were a lot of assumptions and conclusions in your question, so let me sort of back it up. I would say the results of the elections certainly were a good day for Democrats. I think even more important, they were a good day for American democracy. Just a short primer here: in the United States, elections are done on a state level. In terms of how elections are overseen in the United States, it is critical of the position of Secretary of State. There were a number of candidates on the Republican side running for the Secretary of State position in numerous states. who denied that Joe Biden had won the election. All of those candidates, all of them lost, which is significant. I think it significantly diminishes the possibility of something that's much talked about in Washington, which is the 2024 presidential election being stolen from the voters. I think that possibility has gone way down. In terms of what the day meant for Democrats, it was a good day for Democrats. I agree with Jacob that Joe Biden comes away from what happened in wind and sales. I wouldn't go so far as to say, however, that he is on a clear glide path for a couple of reasons. One, while in the case of the Democrats have held the Senate, and that means that the administration will be able to bring forth judges, also nominees, think of cabinet positions, flag rank officers, ambassadors, and the like. The chances still are that the House will go to the Republicans. And in many ways, this would be the worst outcome, having Republican control with a very small majority. And I think it is an open question whether Speaker McCarthy, in fact he becomes the Speaker, is going to be able to produce order out of what is a very raucous, volatile caucus. And in many ways, people from what I call the MAGA first, branch of the Republican Party are going to be in power in this new House, again, if it goes Republican, by virtue of the fact that Speaker McCarthy is going to be the votes. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has been very vocal. She's one of the most public of the MAGA members of the House that she intends to exact a very high price from any Republican speaker. And what could happen is that you'll have a great deal of difficulty having the House of Government pass legislation. So again, we talked about the great concerns about whether or not in spring the debt ceiling will be lifted. And there are also real questions about the long run chances for continuing to provide aid to Ukraine, which is why the Biden administration is hoping to have the lame duck session of Congress, which is coming up in the next several weeks, do some of that and spend some appropriate funds, put off having to go to what could be a Republican House to try to get money out of it. Having said that, I think that I agree with Jacob that if you look at the main contours of American foreign policy, that it would be a continuation of the first 2 years of President Biden. President Biden has made clear that for him, job number one is to counter China's rise. I expect that to continue. I believe when he meets with Xi, will feel that he is in a strong position. President Xi, Chairman Xi likely feels the same way. And I expect that they continue with their policies on Ukraine. But I do think this is an administration that runs the risk of having way too much of its involved. Again, we talked about China, we talked about Ukraine, we also have the issue of what's happening abroad. There's also the question, for example, of whether or not North Korea is going to test a nuclear weapon and what response to the administration has. So I think that while the Biden administration is in a much better place than anticipated being 8 weeks ago, it still has a lot of big challenges that are going to be tested. Jacob may be right that Joe Biden may pass this test with flying colors, but I would not want to underestimate the size of the test or its difficulty.
Okay, and again, we're going to get into are we in a multipolar, bipolar, or unipolar world in a moment. But Greg, I want to ask you, one of the most noticed moments in Washington and in the White House in the build-up to the midterm elections, to this expected red wave, was the OPEC meeting a few weeks ago, in which the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and Russia basically pushed through a suction cut, leading to higher gas prices around the world, including in America, a key bellwether of consumer sentiment. And that was seen as a hostile act that might have been perfectly normal revenue maximization motives from the Saudis and others, but it was interpreted in the United States as a political act, as an insertion of not just anti-American, but anti-democratic administration injection into the race. What are the implications of this week's midterm results for US-Saudi relations?
Well, I think that one of the very negative elements of the Trump administration in terms of U.S.-Saudi relations was the increased partisanization of the bilateral relationship. For decades, Saudi Arabia was not a particularly popular partner in American public opinion or in Congress, but every president, Democratic or Republican, wanted to have a good relationship. Everything in America has become more partisan, and Saudi-American relations became more partisan in the Trump administration. I think that the Saudis bear some responsibility for this by embracing Trump so directly. I think Trump bears some responsibility for this by inserting himself into Saudi family politics in a way that is really unprecedented for American presidents. And thus, I do think that Democrats and Democrats came to the conclusion that the Saudis had made a choice in the great partisan divide in the United States. And what I read in Riyadh is it's being mirrored. And increasingly people in Riyadh are saying, we can't deal with this. And so we're in a kind of a spot which I think it will take prudent action on both sides to avoid an increased partisanization. The Saudis have to realize that we can't just deal with one party in the United States. We can't just wait for the And I think the Biden administration is going to have to, as they did to some extent, acknowledge that holding the Saudis at arm's length is not a practical policy when there's an worldwide energy crisis. So I do think that this is in many ways the most disturbing element of the partisanization.
اللي بيعجب الاسلام اللي بيعجب هيك قصدك ولا
قليل الادب لا بس انت يعني
ظبطوا ولا احسن وافضل واحلى وكل شيء بتاع يعني نحن مع استفنا يعني نحن جماعه نميل ها
يعني
جاملتك مش جاملة
ايه بعد جاملة
مجاملة لطيف شو بسوي انا مش راقد ايوه خلاص احسن سكوت احسن
Now, since February 24th, we had a number of US developments. And 140 or so countries have voted with the United States in their marches. The 40 or so states plus a handful are voting against. Account for about half the world's population. Not just
الله يسلمك انت ما بعرف شو حكى ما بعرف بس على كل حال اسمع اي نورا لو سمحت اي شيء بيطلع مني او من يوسف
شوفوا انا مطنشت اشياء ادكم
خلص
بكره ما بصير
بداية
انا ممكن اقول
What bothers me about
the current debate in Washington about China, and we heard some of it this morning, it's treated almost like an iron law of history, that China is going to rise, and then we were told in the previous panel, surpass the United States. Right. And my question is, why? I don't believe it. I think their system is faltering, this attempt to create this hybrid of capitalism and state power. They have, or Xi Jinping is opting for regression. And when you have a leader who's turning himself, endowing himself with those kinds of powers, the market-based approach that China is pursuing is being crippled. And there was an article in the New York Times the other day about the number of Chinese businessmen and financial titans simply fleeing the country. These do not augur well for a country that also has an aging population, huge environmental problems. There's no sign to me that it's actually dealing effectively with those. So that's why, and the United States has caught up in some ways, is starting to invest in its infrastructure after decades of neglect. I think, you can argue whether, Biden wanted to go bigger, but my gut is that the United States, don't bet against the United States is what I would say. And the prospect of unipolarity, you see the effectiveness of Western weapons in Ukraine. Let's not kid ourselves. Yes, the Ukrainians have been extremely effective fighters. Their army has been trained by the United States since 2014. You see how miserably the Russians have fought, both against a Western-trained army and the weapons that we're sending are vastly superior. So, to use the Soviet term, I think the correlation of forces are on America's side.
Okay, and just a very brief follow-up about the Russia situation. A brief follow-up about the Russia situation. A corollary of that is the Western unity that was engendered by his invasion of Ukraine. As you say, in a way, it's kind of a gift to the West. It has unified it in a way that we haven't seen for years and years. Do you expect that unity to last through the winter? Do you think it will survive the tests that we're going to see in the next few months with energy, hyperinflation, etc.?
100%. The stocks are high. Mr. Putin, the nature of the aggression, it's clear to Europeans, it's not just a land grab. It's too reminiscent of World War II. He's gone with the rhetoric. When you launch a war that's essentially close to a war of genocide to try and exterminate the existence of another nation, it's one step too far. He managed the impossible. He managed to unify Europe and revive NATO. If he'd waited a couple years, I think he would have been in a much stronger position.
Okay. Jim, the head of German intelligence said something very interesting a couple of weeks ago. He described Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a storm. He was using the weather analogy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a storm, but the challenge posed by China he likened to climate change, which I thought was a very interesting way of looking at it. But that implies that the Germans, and I think most people are taking this at least as a bipolar world we're moving into. Jacob's made some very good arguments to challenge that iron law assumption of China's rise. We heard in the previous panel that Europe might just cease to exist. I think that was meant in a sort of metaphorical way, I hope. It was the first good argument I ever heard for Brexit, by the way. What's your view of whether China's overrated and whether what kind of polar world are we moving into?
That is an excellent question, and if I can borrow the framing of the last session, it would not surprise me if we were to convene here for the 25th Abu Dhabi strategic debate. I hope I'm both alive and invited. That we look back at this moment.
Me too.
And conclude that we have seen peak China for the reasons that Jacob has pointed out. Indeed, I would say if you could take all of the contenders to be world powers and took the names off it and just had basic sort of objective facts about those countries, you would pick the United States every day of the week and 5 times on Sunday. Because of the strengths of the country, the fact that it has many more friends, the fact that it is capable of recognizing and reacting to its mistakes, something I think is increasingly becoming absent in China and has disappeared in Russia. That said, looking forward, I'm not sure words like unipolarity or bipolarity really tell you all that much. It all depends on what you mean by it. And I do think that any world we live in is going to be a world in which China is going to be influential and powerful because of the size of its economy, even if that economy slows down in terms of its growth. Indeed, one can imagine that a Chinese or a China whose economy slows may become more difficult to deal with, precisely because the Chinese Communist Party currently now bases its legitimacy on delivering economic progress. And in the absence of that, what does it have to turn to? Most likely nationalism, a nationalist vision that is going to leave others on the outside looking in. So I think it could be very difficult, even if 15 years from now somebody writes a book saying U.S. is still number one. It doesn't mean that the geopolitical competition is going to disappear. And I think, the challenge for the United States, and I think Jacob alluded to this, is how well does it manage the opportunity it has been given. And in many ways, Vladimir Putin, with the invasion of Ukraine, had the unintended consequence of strengthening the U.S. position by reminding so many of America's friends, partners, and allies of why it is worthwhile to work with the United States. We've seen a unification of the West. Indeed, the term, which sort of fell out of use in good company, is now running across the title of lots of magazine articles and the like. But the question is, how does Washington use this moment? And again, to get back to the congressional midterm elections, the challenge for Joe Biden is he has said that the United States needs to lead globally, and for the United States to lead globally, it has to reinvigorate and renew at home. The problem is, again, assuming if Republicans take control of the House of Representatives, as seems likely, Joe Biden's domestic agenda is largely going to be dead. He'll have to simply rely on what he accomplished in his first 2 years. And that gets you back to any hopes for an ambitious U.S. foreign policy that shows up. And not only I'm here and I want to show respect and we're friends, but these are the things we're willing to do for you, whether on trade or aid. Think climate change. I think the Biden team is going to show up with a pretty empty bag.
Okay, I mean, retiring polarity, whatever the prefix, is a good idea. Yeah, no, please, please.
I think that folks in this part of the world, and this comes back to the OPEC Plus decision, basically voted that unipolarity was over. In a unipolar world, I don't think we would have seen the OPEC Plus decision.
Yeah, so that was actually going to be my question, and I therefore want you to elaborate a bit on that. This is a fairly Washington conversation. 3 out of 4 of us, you're the exception.
I'm the Texan.
But you will soon be in Washington.
Yeah. Okay, so
I'm the Texan in the room.
That would make a unanimous Washington conversation, and we have to come to Abu Dhabi to catch up with each other. Yeah. But the position, the view of the world here in the Gulf and other regions, but the Gulf, I think, perhaps in a more developed way, is that we are moving into a multipolar world. You just mentioned the OPEC Plus decision, but if you look at any number of actions, whether it's by the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Israelis, you're seeing them hedge all kinds of bets. So they want to be friends with everybody, which of course maximizes the room for strategic autonomy. That seems to be more the mindset. Are they wrong, or is this just a sort of cross the stream and feel the stones kind of situation that everybody's experimenting?
I think because no one knows what the next configuration of power is going to be, there is a lot of hedging. And I also think that there's a misunderstanding in Washington. And the Biden administration, to some extent, has framed its foreign policy in terms not just of strategic interests, but also a struggle between democracy and authoritarianism. I think the assumption in Washington is that our friends in the Gulf were always with us in our grand strategic adventures during bipolarity in the Cold War and during unipolarity, and that there's an assumption that they'll be with us in the next round. But I think what folks in Washington have to remember is that China is the largest customer here for the energy products of the region. And if you sit in Riyadh, you might not have a whole lot of trust in Moscow But you need to have a working relationship with Moscow to manage the world oil market to the extent that you can manage it. I don't think anyone in Riyadh, I don't think anyone in Abu Dhabi sees China as an enemy. I don't think anyone in Riyadh or in Abu Dhabi or in the other capitals in the region sees Russia as an enemy. And the United States is only going to be disappointed if we bring to the current configuration the past assumptions that the countries here in the region are somehow always going to be with us because either they don't have options or because we share enemies. And I think that that's the big change in terms of the geopolitics of the region.
And I also note, I think I'm right in saying that Xi Jinping's next foreign trip will be to Riyadh, where I suspect the red carpet that he'll get will be a lot thicker than the one Joe Biden had, and there won't be any fist
Maybe as
bumping.
good as the one that Donald Trump got.
Right. Oh, that's saying something. Okay, so the recent decision by the Biden administration, Jacob, on semiconductors, basically announcing we're going to cut off, we're going to decapitate your advanced semiconductor industry and artificial intelligence. We no longer see the world as a positive-sum game. The world is a zero-sum game between the US and China. Talk a little bit about that, but also what that means in terms of the choices that countries like UAE or any sort of medium-sized small power is going to be presented with in terms of the technology world, two worlds they're going to have a choice between. In a bifurcating world, there's going to be a Chinese technosphere and there's going to be an American technosphere. Is it wise for the United States to say, well, look, you're with us, you're either in our system or you're not? Doesn't that force choices on countries we might not want them to make?
Well, I believe in free trade. I do not believe that China will pose a serious military threat to the United States. I think we should remove most of the tariffs with China. I think the Biden administration in the national security sphere has made some modest moves that are actually bipartisan. It's both Republican. Actually, Republicans have been banging the drum about the China threat even more loudly than Democrats. So Biden's move on the semiconductors was popular. It was not an unpopular move. I think the most the United States, would move toward would be, is hedging, crab walking towards is a containment policy of China. I don't think that we're looking for regime change. So on the technology front, I still think the United States is likely to be the dominant player in the future, and that by virtue of the market, countries will be more eager to deal with the United States than with China. But, it's interesting because if you look at some of the Chinese high-tech projects that have been recently written about, those have not come through despite massive Chinese investments. Again, it's not clear that the state-run approach of China necessarily produces results in those spheres.
So I'm going to challenge your position, not because I disagree with it, but because it's my role to challenge. But I'm going to do it via Jim, and then you can come in. But China's zero COVID policy is not going to last forever. The assumption that we're into a sort of permanent low growth China might be just as wrong as the ironclad law of its rise. The idea that it's failing technologically, I think, is very questionable. I know I'm exaggerating what you just said, but it's a world leader in a lot of fields like batteries and so forth. Mightn't the recent semiconductor ruling actually accelerate the indigenization of Chinese technology, actually accelerate what the United States fears, which is its move into the most advanced sort of areas of semiconductors, etc.? Jim?
Could that happen? Yes, it could happen. If you want to go back 30, 40 years in the United States, administration of Ronald Reagan adopted a lot of rules designed to keep Japanese cheap automobiles out. And the way the Japanese responded was by going up the value chain, ending up dominating it. So in theory, what you lay out could happen. I think the counter argument, I shouldn't speak for Jacob, is that one of the great concerns is that President Xi at the end of the day, or Chairman Xi at the end of the day, doesn't see himself as a CEO maximizing China's national economic output, but sees himself as the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, and his goal is to make sure that the Chinese Communist Party is in charge and is not threatened by developments, and that could have the effect of undercutting the technological innovation that had been very impressive over the past 2 decades. But I think your question, Ed, you're right to focus on the issue of hedging, the issue of countries trying to deal with what is an uncertain future. It's not, I mean, in the United States, 10 days ago, nobody predicted the congressional midterm quite the way it turned out. So maybe we should be very humble about predicting what the world will look like in 15 or 20 years. But this gets us back to sort of the fundamental attribute of the current world moment. It's one of competition. And the question is, what is it the various great powers bring to the table? What do they offer others? Obviously, for China, you offer a big market. The question for the United States is, regardless of how much potential it might have, what is it offering? And I think when we talk on the trade front, we find the Biden administration not doing much of anything. It did finally produce something known as the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, which, as best I can tell, having just come back from Southeast Asia, received polite nods, but hardly got anybody excited because it didn't offer the one thing they were really interested in, which is market access in the United States. And again, if you think of this as a competition, that you're trying to go out and get other countries either to come over to your side or to stay on your side, you have to offer them something that they need. The Biden administration, and this may be sort of a general American tendency in the last 20 years, has been to offer military reassurances, weapons sales, freedom of navigation operations, and the rest. But in its increased diplomacy, so maybe that together gives you 2 legs of a stool, but you're missing the third one, which is an economic component. And I think that's the great weakness of the Biden approach in one of its vulnerabilities, because China is going to continue to do business. You're going to get things like RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Program, which are going to grow. And the United States essentially is sitting all this out. And I think that has long-term costs.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that there are 2 bipartisan. I mean, you mentioned one, Jacob, on China. It's bipartisan in Washington. But I also think on trade, it's bipartisan. There is no appetite for trade deals. Trade is held to be the principal reason Middle America has been suffering. I mean, I think that's a very contentious argument. But that's politics. It's not true is a better way to put it. But it's held to be true in politics. So if you look at, again, a region like the Middle East and how it's going to deal with this, let's, for the sake of argument, call it the bipolar world just for the time being, just for the sake of argument, and how it's going to deal with this bipolar world. The United States is continually saying goodbye to the Middle East, but it's a very long, never-ending and never occurring actual goodbye. It doesn't really seem to happen. And pivots to Asia don't really make much sense. If it's a global bipolarity, then it's happening in every region. So can we say goodbye to American goodbyes to the Middle East?
I never thought there was an American goodbye to the Middle East. We had 3 American presidents, the last 3 American presidents, all campaign on we have to reduce our commitment to the Middle East. And each of those presidents found it impossible to substantially reduce the American presence or the American commitment in the region. And I think that we're seeing that in the Biden administration. A lot of this has to do with what's your baseline. If your baseline is 120,000 American troops occupying an Arab country in the Gulf, well, yes, America is not going to be at that position, I hope,
anytime in the near future. However, if you take as your baseline, say 1995, when no one thought that the United States was leaving the Gulf region, no one thought the United States was leaving the Middle East, the United States actually has a larger military and in many ways political infrastructure in the region now than it did in 1995. I know many of my Gulf colleagues say, you're leaving us. And my response is always, when the Fifth Fleet leaves Bahrain, when the Arab base at El Udeid in Qatar closes down, when there's no longer 5,000 to 15,000 American troops in Camp Arafjan in Kuwait, when there's no American Air Force assets in Zafra in the United Arab Emirates, then we can talk about America. But I think the more specific question is, what's America going to do with its power in the area? And the big test, immediate test coming up, I think, is going to be on Iran. I don't see that the Biden administration has a plan B on Iran. Plan A was to return to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. That seems to be off the table for a combination of events in Iran and the disposition of the administration. But I'm not sure what Plan B is. And unless Washington can get on the same page as its partners in the Gulf, how to deal with Iran will just lead to more misunderstandings and more problems in the bilateral relationship.
Well, it strikes me that the circumstances in which we notice Iran nowadays are its insertion in Ukraine. It's the drones. So that sort of tells you a lot about where the bandwidth is being consumed. It's not about Iran nuclear deal, but also the degree to which the Iranian regime and Putin are getting closer and closer and share one very clear goal, which is to undermine America. Could that go somewhere?
I think it has gone somewhere because we see it in Ukraine. And I think that this is not, this shouldn't be a surprise. The United States has tried to isolate Iran for decades with a few efforts at outreach that for whatever reason the Iranians chose not to accept. And the Iranians had their moments of outreach to the United States. The United States chose not to accept them. It's a complicated relationship, and as was mentioned in the last panel, has a certain historical weight in the United States, and even more of a historical weight now.
Go ahead. No, I'm English. I'm being very polite.
So I'm not surprised. It's something that we should have anticipated. I think that the thing that gets exaggerated is the Chinese-Iranian relationship. And we'll hear more about the Chinese view of the region in our next panel. But it seems to me that the Iranians have an interest in exaggerating how much China has joined them in a strategic relationship. My sense is that the Chinese don't want to choose in the Gulf. They're customers of all of the Gulf energy exporters. In fact, they import more energy from Saudi Arabia than they do from Iran. And so I think Beijing would desperately not want to be cast as being on one side or the other of the rivalries.
In a moment, we're going to get questions, but let me just ask, I think, what is probably the grandest geopolitical question that on most people's minds, which we've sort of been discussing close to in this conversation, and that is the seeming inevitability, or at least growing likelihood of a clash between the US and China, whether it's over Taiwan or something else. There is a sort of fatalism about the tracks that the US and China are on, and an awareness, and we will learn more, I guess, when we see whether there's a statement from Xi Biden today in Bali, but there is a sense that there's no real alternative scenarios being worked on. There's no real other plans being worked on. And Great War analogies and pre-First World War, rising Germany, challenged Britain analogies just keep getting used between the US and China today. I want each of you just briefly to answer. Is a US-China collision inevitable?
Absolutely not.
You can elaborate.
I talked about this. You were right. It's the million-dollar question. I talked about this with Henry Kissinger once, and he just looked at me and sighed and got very pensive. So it's not easy, but I think Biden would do everything in his power to avoid a direct clash with China. It can be solved through diplomacy. The ties between the countries are between the United States and China, the economic ties, I think those would mitigate against a military confrontation. Nothing in history is inevitable, we know that. This can be regulated through diplomacy. And I, frankly, personally deplore the hawkishness in Washington vis-a-vis China. One of the unfortunate aspects is in Washington is this search for a new Cold War. They fastened on China. So just to sum up,
It amazes me in Washington, people grossly underestimated the recklessness of Vladimir Putin, said he would never go to war, this will never happen. Yet at the same time, they overblow the military threat from China.
And that could be self-fulfilling?
Yes, I mean, if you push the Chinese into a corner, sure, you could. These conflicts are triggered by small things. Could just be an American plane that strays over and gets shot down, and then it spirals out of control. That's exactly what you don't want.
Now, if Jacob's right that Biden is fully aware of these risks and will allow diplomacy a much greater rate than we've seen during the COVID era, and I mean, I guess we shouldn't underestimate just how bad COVID was for diplomacy, right? And now that COVID's over or ending, there's going to be a lot more face-to-face diplomacy, which must surely be a good thing. But nevertheless, if Jacob's right that Biden is, he's to the left of this bipartisan hawkish consensus. He's still a hawk on China, but he's a sort of moderate hawk compared to the rest of Washington. If he's right on that, Greg, what do you think that means for the question I asked, the inevitability or not of a collision?
I think low probability, and if it happens, it'll be driven by domestic crisis in one or both of the sides. Certainly, I think folks around the world, and particularly in the area we're in right now, would use all of their influence to try to avoid that, because having to pick sides in that would be very, very difficult for them.
Jim, same question.
I mean, I agree with Jacob that nothing in history is inevitable, but I think we have to avoid framing this as simply about the choices that Joe Biden makes. I am as much concerned, more concerned about the choices that Xi Jinping makes. I mean, he has made it very clear that he wishes to see the reunification of Taiwan with the mainland sooner rather than later, that he is prepared to use force to do so. I don't think that means that you're going to have a Chinese amphibious invasion. I do think it raises the possibility you'll see an increase of gray zone tactics designed to see what the United States and other countries are willing to do. So I think it could be very dangerous, but I don't want to in any way suggest it's simply up to Joe Biden. Other thing I want to say here, I don't agree with the characterization that Washington is incredibly hawkish when it comes to China in terms of the use of military force or confronting China militarily. I do think it is fair to say that in Washington right now, there is a consensus, a bipartisan consensus, that the United States is in a geopolitical competition with China, that China is, to borrow the metaphor that you raised a moment ago, climate change. It has the capacity to change the international order. Russia's a hurricane, it can break the international order. But China is something that could rewrite the rules in a way that would be incredibly disadvantageous to the United States. I wouldn't jump from there to the conclusion that official Washington is eager to bump chests with China. I think that's a step too far, though I can clearly find voices who occupy that space in the spectrum. I think there are a lot of other voices counseling something different. I think for the most part, as I look at this administration, it is populated with people who I think are quite aware of the risk of any confrontation with China and really do want to find a diplomatic resolution to this global competition. And they don't buy its inevitability of, to borrow Graham Allison's phrase, the Thucydides trap.
But this administration is also populated by people, this White House, who are almost making a habit of correcting President Biden whenever he says, we will come to Taiwan's defense. You know, the old posture of strategic ambiguity is something Biden, whenever he's asked, he gives a strategically very clear answer, is we will come to Taiwan's.
Well, it's not actually clear what he is conveying for a variety of reasons. He doesn't say what it means to come to their defense. He doesn't say that we have a defense treaty, which we don't have, as he well knows. And again, there's the question to what extent Joe Biden is actually being strategic. He is trying to raise the issue of uncertainty with the Chinese leadership of what the United States might do. Because again, the dominant narrative in China in official circles is the inevitability of American decline. We are the past, China is the future. And I think to some extent, if that narrative isn't corrected, it encourages overreaching on the part of the Chinese. So I'm not ready to say that it's just Biden misspeaking. There may be some madness to his method.
Okay, interesting. We've got time for a few questions. There's one on screen. Saad Al-Ajmi, forgive me if I've mispronounced, delegate 216, sounds very formal.
Thank you. Now you pronounce it well. I'm Saad Al-Ajmi from Kuwait. And my question can actually be addressed to any of your esteemed panelists. Is it true that the Biden administration tried to dissuade the Saudis from decreasing their oil production by 2 million barrels per day for 1 month, i.e. until the end of the midterm elections? And if so true, thus wasn't that an invitation for the Saudis to meddle in the internal American electoral and public affairs, internal affairs? Thank you.
So it's a very specific question. Did the Americans ask for them to postpone it? Okay. Greg?
I only know what I read in the papers, Dr. Saad. And I read in the papers that's what happened. Yes. The Washingtonians might know better.
I mean, we do know, or we think we know, that the United Arab Emirates wasn't enthusiastic about this cut, right?
I only know what I read in the papers, but yeah, I did read that in the papers.
Okay, so you only know what I tell you.
Exactly.
Yeah, please, Jacob.
I guess I have to use this. I think it was a mistake by Saudi Arabia, and I think it has stirred up animosity in Congress, both among Democrats and Republicans, and I think it was perceived by the Biden administration as an attempt to actually do the reverse of what you're suggesting, to skew the election against Biden and the Democrats in the midterms. I'm a little perplexed why Saudi Arabia is pushing the United States this hard. And I think it's a mistake given the historical strength of the relationship and the weakness of Russia. I don't see long-term what Saudi Arabia gains if it continues down that path, which I assume it won't.
You're saying that wasn't your question?
Well,
okay.
Yes, I don't have anything to add beyond what Greg, yes, I think the reporting was accurate.
I think the reporting is accurate. I mean, I do think it's worth saying before we take the next question, well, before Jim answers, that the combination of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Europe's reaction to being over-dependent on Russian energy and these recent difficulties between Saudi Arabia and the United States is accelerating the West's transition to renewable energy. I mean, I think that's undeniable. Jim.
I was only going to say that if the Saudis led the push to cut oil production as a way of putting their finger on the scale of American politics, it didn't work. It didn't work.
It didn't work.
Again, I have no insight into what the actual Saudi motivations were.
We certainly know that gasoline prices at the pump didn't go up that much before the election.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they could have gone down.
In Texas, they have gone down, actually, because for other reasons. But
I thought it was free in Texas.
Well, almost.
So, Nabil Fahmy. Nabil Fahmy.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your comments. You've been focusing on America vis-a-vis others. I'd like you to focus a little bit more on America vis-a-vis itself. What does America want to be in the future in terms of foreign policy? Do you want to be a global power, a superpower, or just simply the strongest and the richest? I have an issue of trying to understand correctly in today's environment whether the problem is a threat from China, a threat from Russia, other threats, or a problem that relates to America's insistence on American exceptionalism, that you need to be the leader, the biggest, the strongest, and the richest. Again, this is not anti-American or versus anything else, but I'm trying to understand, and I'm not concerned, frankly, with the Biden administration versus the Republicans, more about the American community. What does America, what the American people see themselves to be in the future? Thank you.
Okay, is American exceptionalism alive and well? Jacob.
It never seems to go away. Obviously, there are the two, I mean, just roughly speaking, the two traditions. And the one we saw with Trump, which is in fact a legitimate American tradition, is the more tending more towards isolationism or Jacksonianism or nationalism, whatever label you want to slap on it. I think that the Iraq War, the second Iraq War, created Trump. I think it revived the non-exceptional trend. And my suspicion is that we will now, these things seem to go in cycles, that the American people will now veer more towards global superpower and the perceived benefits that accrue with that status. And it's hard, I mean, since the Cold War at least, Trump was an exception. It's been more saleable to sell America as the greatest nation in the world. And what intrigues me about the Republicans is that Mitch McConnell doesn't want to do it, but others do in the party, the Trump wing. If they want to give up that, they've always bashed the Democrats as being weak. If they want to give that up, I think it would come at a high price for the Republican Party politically, which is to say, I still think it's popular among the American people.
So, thank you. So, exception. Greg or Jim, do you want to add or disagree?
That's just a very complicated question that I don't think lends itself to a 30-second response. I will just note that the answer is going to depend upon who you talk to. I think as Jacob laid out, there are different perspectives on it. And I would actually break it up. There are those who want to retreat to Fortress America, and that's partly what America First is about. Pure isolationism. America's better off if it just sort of minimizes its contact with the world. But if you look at sort of the internationalist part of the American public, it breaks down into two wings, one of which wants to work with others and values multilateralism, though typically with America in the lead. But there's also a very strong unilateralist component in the American public. And I think one of the interesting things you see in the Republican Party is not a turn toward America come home, a la the Democrats in the early 1970s, but rather America should just do what it wants because of its strength, and that it shouldn't work with others. And it's really sort of taken over in Republican circles in recent years, at least based on looking at polling, where much higher percentage of Republicans today than, let's say, 5 years ago believe America should just do what it wants without regard to what others think.
I would just say that it's a very divided country. I think that the analysis of the midterm elections, which I certainly agree with, that it was a good day for Democrats, yields a one-vote majority in the Senate and a maybe one-vote majority in the Senate, and maybe a 10-seat deficit in the House. It's a very divided country. I'm not sure America knows where it wants to go.
Well, that seems like an interesting point on which to end this panel. It's a pity there are a lot more questions, but time has run out. And so I'd like to thank all of you. It was a really great discussion, beginnings of lots of new discussions, I hope, and some provocative, interesting points.
I want to thank the expert moderator.
No, not at all,
Ed.
but thank you. Thank you very much.
The next panel will start now. 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 The next panel will start now.
Welcome to our session on alignments and realignments in the international order. The focus of this panel will be on Europe. I'm Andrew Parasolidi, president of almonitor.com, an award-winning media company covering the Middle East. If you haven't done so and checked out our site recently, you will be pleased to see our Al Monitor Pro premium offering, where we go even more deeply into some of the geopolitical, geoeconomic, energy, and technology trends that we'll be discussing in this panel and that have been featured in this debate. I'm also would like to say that I am both honored and humbled to be part of the Abu Dhabi strategic debate once again. I think I've been to every one of the debates, in-person debates, since it started. The Abu Dhabi strategic debate under Dr. Ibtissam Al-Ketbi's leadership has become a hub for these types of strategic discussions. So my thanks and admiration to Dr. Ibtissam for the work she is doing and the Emirates Policy Center is doing. Let me briefly introduce our panelists, and there are more extensive bios available in the app and the program, and then we'll get right into the discussion. Nikolai Mladanov, Director of Research and Analysis at the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy. Marcos Carnelos, Founder and CEO, MC Geopolicy. Dr. Charles Paul, CMG, Director, Elcano Royal Institute, Madrid. And Dr. Cornelius Adebar, Non-Resident Fellow, Carnegie Europe. Welcome to our panelists. Welcome to you all to this panel. Let's get into it. The defining issue for European alignment, we've been talking about it today, is the war in Ukraine. What is the consensus or lines of thinking in Europe, because I can assume that it's not a united consensus, on the end game for the war in Ukraine? Tell me how it ends or how European elites are seeing the end of the war. Or put it another way, what do you see as the best case, worst case, or most likely scenarios for how the war plays out and what it might mean for European security? And Nikolai, I'll start with you.
Well, thank you for a number of questions in there. But let me first reflect on something, because in the previous panel we heard that a Russian say that Europe is gone, and Americans say that America doesn't know where it's going. I suppose that the really grown-up thing to do is to remind ourselves that we actually do need to learn to live with each other. And I think for us in Europe in particular, that lesson has been an important part of our history, but certainly something that we need to remind ourselves now again as well. The war in Ukraine has brought a strategic choice to Europe that it has been postponing for quite some time. There's been a lot of back and forth in Europe as to whether we should, the strength of the transatlantic relationship is what keeps Europe together, or we need to look for strategic autonomy in Europe with a more robust posture and defense and other areas to be able to deal with our own challenges in the future. At least for the short term, that question has been answered in favor of the strong transatlantic link. And I say this for the short run because I think in the long run, Europe still needs to understand that it needs to develop its own strategic capability, its strategic capacity, its hard power as well as its soft power to be able to manage the challenges that it faces on its own. In partnership with America, of course, in partnership with other parts of the world, but it's clearly reflecting more its own understanding of the world. Now, how that will happen is a question that remains open. Clearly, the institutions that we have in Europe that were built in the last decades are institutions that have been built in times of peace and prosperity. Now, we don't have peace, and we certainly have questions over prosperity. A lot of the institutions that Europe has need to adapt, and they need to change in that respect. Certainly, how decisions are being taken on a number of areas, and certainly as far as strategic interests that Europe has in its neighborhood and beyond. And lastly, I think what the Ukraine situation has really taught us is that the Russian invasion in Europe is seen pretty much in a black and white manner. Where I'm afraid Europe has failed, what I'm afraid Europe has failed to understand is that beyond Europe and North America, the situation doesn't look black and white. It doesn't look black and white when you look at it from the perspective of the Middle East, Africa, other parts of the world. And we in Europe are in great debt to the Ukrainian people, to everyone who is fighting at the front lines today. We're in great debt to them to try and explain better to the rest of the world what Europe is doing, and to try and accommodate more of the problems that other countries have, because other countries outside of Europe will reflect on the situation in Ukraine and on the war based on their national interest, based on their national understanding of the challenges that they face, and we need to be much more accommodating, I think, to different views in how we explain as well our policies. And that is where we are lacking. We're not lacking in terms of the strategic vision for the future of the European continent, of the European Union, of the relationship with NATO. We're going through this transition currently that has been imposed on us after the invasion, but we do need to reflect a little bit on our attitudes and goals in relation to the rest of the world as well.
Marcos, your thoughts on how the Ukraine war is affecting the strategic choices that Nikolai said had been deferred, but Europe is now making regarding the future of NATO, and how NATO and the world sees the war compared to how others see it outside of Europe. If you could reflect on those comments, please.
Thank you. I believe that we have two dimensions in Europe. One is NATO and the other is the European Union. Let's see for a moment NATO. NATO is a success story, definitely, in the period of the Cold War and in the immediate period after the Cold War. So we should be clear what NATO is and how NATO is perceived in the rest of the world, in the sense that NATO core mission to provide peace and stability in Europe and in the North Atlantic theater has been a success, definitely. How of area operation, we are in a mixed feeling here. We have, NATO was not directly involved in Iraq, was involved in Afghanistan. These are not success stories from many points of view. The point is, NATO should, I put in a very funny way, if it's up to me, I was the Secretary General, I would place a statue of President Putin in the conference hall of North Atlantic Council Hall, with something written below, "The man who saved NATO." Let's not forget what the French president was saying about NATO 3 years ago, just 3 years ago. Brain dead. Now we are in a completely different world. So NATO is doing well what has been mandated to do since 1949. But we should not make the mistake to consider, as it happened in the past, NATO as a tool that provides international legitimacy to certain solutions to certain crises, because until the system will not change, it's the United Nations that is providing this legitimacy. And this is also the opinion of what we are, today we have many definitions, global north. I would prefer to frame the situation as a global west, including Japan and Australia, and global south, not global north. Because in the global north we have also Russia and many other players. So from this point of view, what is in the global south is perceived NATO is not let's say, an institution that is providing legitimacy. It's simply what it is, a Western political and military alliance with very specific geographical boundaries, that is North Atlantic. So I was quite, in a way, amazed when I read in the new NATO strategic concept the part dedicated to China. I could barely believe to my eyes for what I was reading. Maybe I will further elaborate that on. As to the EU, the situation is, I would say it's quite different. I will be, as a European, I listened before some panelists mentioning the fact that European will disappear. I do not agree 100%. What I can say is that the Europeans, they are doing their best to disappear. In over 100 years, Europe has already suicided itself twice. One is the First World War, the second was in the Second World War. Under certain point of view, we are watching a third attempt of suiciding. Early March, I wrote an article where I asked, who is going to crash first? Russia under Western sanctions, or some Western nation, mainly European Union, under the blowback of the sanctions adopted against Russia? And I'm afraid to say that this question is still up in the air and there's no answer in that. Last point I would like to make, just to emphasize how disappointed I am for certain decisions taken by the top European institutions. A few weeks ago, I ran through an article in Wall Street Journal that was saying that it is a Wall Street Journal, not me, and it's not a political statement, because it's Wall Street Journal. Europeans have been so far capable to fill the gas stock up to 93%. That is a very good news for the incoming winter. Then we discovered, always according to the Wall Street Journal, that this was possible because the import of Russian LNG has increased 41%. So someone should explain to me the logic to adopt a legitimate decision. We don't want any more gas from Russia, from pipes, and then increasing 41% the gas, LNG gas from Russia, that is more costly. So the question is, who is sanctioning whom in this situation? And this is my disappointment, because I don't see a clear, I can understand that the European Union, and I agree, for shared values, for what Russia did, for a lot of reasons, has decided, and in a way decided deliberately, sometimes was compelled to do what it's doing now. But I would like to see, where is the European Union strategic autonomy? Gone. Completely gone. And if I have to close, just to summarize, I was struck by what German Chancellor Olaf Scholz going to Beijing. And the message is, okay, let's not go to discuss how it happened, but we, Germany, have been in a way compelled or deliberately decided to sever our energy relationship with Russia. It's done. There's no way back, especially after the pipelines in the Baltic were blown up. But the sense of the message is coming out, at least from Germany, is to the Americans. Don't even think about, for a moment, to pretend that you are going to disrupt our trade relationship with China. So while NATO is very cohesive and is a paradox because the major part of all the European Union members almost are part of NATO, there are two different dynamics at play, and I can detect inside the European Union certain tension that you are not able to see inside NATO, because if Europe was playing its part, definitely the NATO strategic concept approved in Madrid with a statement on China would have been drafted differently. Thank you.
Charles, NATO's already taken a series of steps following the Ukraine war, including the offering of membership to 2 new members. How do you see these changes? Do you believe Putin saved NATO? And again, what about the scenario for the future? Is the alliance strengthened when you're going to be facing a probably revanchist Russia for a decade or decades? How do you see that in a Ukraine that's going to require a great deal of help and assistance?
Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd also like to thank our hosts for their very kind invitation. This is my first Abu Dhabi strategic debate, and I hope it won't be my last. I think, first of all, for a non-European audience, it might be beneficial, as you were suggesting, Ambassador, to stress that NATO and the EU are obviously different but complementary. Just remember, for example, that all but 6 EU member states are also members of NATO. Only Ireland, Austria, Cyprus, Malta, and Finland and Sweden, who have applied for NATO membership, are not members of NATO. And sometimes our non-European partners and allies find it difficult to understand how we can wear 2 hats at the same time. And I understand this hardship because we don't understand it either. Let's be totally honest. It does lead to intellectual and perhaps even political schizophrenia. Has the war saved NATO? As has been said, yes, we've moved very quickly from a position where some analysts, and indeed President Macron himself, were writing NATO off as being brain dead. I myself was, to some extent, a witness of this debate because my institute co-hosted the NATO Strategic Public Forum back in Madrid back in June. And I have to be very honest with you, in the run-up to this event, before the invasion on the 24th of February, I wasn't really sure what we were going to talk about. And the items on the agenda seemed remarkably unappealing. We were talking about the climate change security nexus. Okay, that's very important, and it's something we should talk about, but is that really NATO's top priority? Suddenly, Mr. Putin came along. He is, of course, NATO's best and most effective unpaid recruiter, as we now know, and everything changed. But ultimately, as has also been intimated, some of the fundamental problems in the European security architecture still remain. So yes, NATO has a new lease of life, but what about Europe in this equation? And how has Ukraine impacted on Europe? By which I mean Europe's member states as members of both NATO and the EU. I think if we're optimistic, we could say that we've moved from a state of westlessness, remember the Munich Security Conference slogan a few years ago, to westernness. In other words, the war has revived the transatlantic relationship. But, as you were mentioning, what about European strategic autonomy? I was in seminars in Slovenia and Romania in September, and everyone was saying strategic autonomy is dead. Elsewhere in Europe, everyone is saying, on the contrary, European strategic autonomy is more needed than ever. First of all, we could have another lunatic in the White House, remember, in January 1925, which would be very alarming. Secondly, if the pandemic has shown us anything, it's that we had really allowed our economies to deindustrialize and to abandon certain key areas. And this is something that we simply cannot afford. We couldn't even produce our own paracetamol, for God's sake. So we were extremely vulnerable. And strategic autonomy, remember, is not just the autonomy to behave in the military and the foreign policy sphere. It has actually a lot more to do with industry and the digital world and R&D and so on. So I very much think that strategic autonomy is still there and still very much needed. So Europe has experienced a geopolitical awakening, or reawakening, if you like, as a result of the war, and the key player here is Germany. Zeitenwälder, this historic shift in German foreign policy, which is so often quoted, is probably the most important short-term consequence of the war. And perhaps Cornelius will discuss that and what this really means for Germany and Europe more broadly. But it's also alarmed the French. The French tend to get alarmed when they're not running the show in the EU, as you well know. And President Macron very cleverly came up with the concept of a new European political community, which has now met. It met in Prague in October, 44 members, European, EU, and non-EU. Now, I think this is an interesting invention, an interesting innovation, but what it proves, and this is what I really want to stress, is that our European security architecture is flawed. We don't really have a context in which we can talk to non-NATO and non-EU member states. I don't know whether this new EPC will provide it, but it might be a step in the right direction. Additionally, there's been a very interesting shift in the center of gravity in the EU towards the center and east of Europe, and the role of Poland here, I think, is worth mentioning. And finally, enlargement is on the agenda again, and this has a lot to do with Ukraine. Going back to your question, what can we actually offer Ukraine? The extraordinary paradox of the war is that since they aren't part of NATO, we couldn't activate Article 5. Since they aren't part of the EU, we couldn't activate Article 42.7, the Mutual Defense Clause. And this is why we find ourselves in this very bizarre sort of proxy war. At the same time, we've offered them both the promise of NATO membership and EU membership. But if we are honest, we obviously have to admit that neither are on the cards in the short term, for the reasons I've just mentioned. Both of those articles would immediately kick in. So what can we really offer Ukraine? Well, the EU is offering sanctions, the eight waves of sanctions. Admittedly, they're not having the impact we hoped. Secondly, unprecedented economic and humanitarian aid. Remember, we've just signed up to an additional 18 billion euros for 2023. And thirdly, military aid. It's quite extraordinary that the European Peace Facility is now actively funding the military effort in Ukraine to the tune of about 3.1 billion euros. So this is not negligible. The question, of course, is where will all this lead us? You were talking about best case, worst case, and most likely scenarios at the beginning. I think the most likely scenario, sadly, is a stalemate in which Russia continues to occupy Crimea and the Donbass, which of course the Ukrainians will continue to claim, and one in which effectively, which might lead to a sort of mega frozen conflict on the borders of the European Union and NATO. And that, of course, is a pretty horrible prospect, I think, for all of us. Thank you.
Cornelius, do you want to pick up on a number of themes that both Charles and the other panelists have raised?
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd be happy to, and thanks to Dr. Ebtisam for having me, thanks to the colleagues for preparing the ground so well that I can just jump in on with a number of observations on the role of Europe. First about superpower, secondly about institutions, and thirdly about crisis. The superpower theme, I'm going to give it away. Europe is not a superpower, and I'm not pretending it is one. But I was intrigued by the logo of this conference, because there you see the European flag, the flag of the 27, pointing to the United States and in connection with Russia and China. But Europe, the European Union, I have to say, is so much different than the other three. You know, the three are permanent members of the Security Council, nuclear powers, superpowers, old and new, would-be superpowers, you name it. And then the odd flag out is that of the European Union. Because the European Union, as Ambassador Mladenov said, has realized that it has to live not only with the states inside of Europe, but also with countries outside of Europe, with the world that it is. The other three, they are still trying to dominate the world one way or another. Europe, after fighting it out over who's dominating the continent for centuries, has come to an agreement among themselves that there's a different way to go about this. And that's where the institutions come in. Because what is behind this flag is basically treaties and institutions. There is no nation state. There is no superpower. There is not even a super state of the European Union, even though the fear of a super state is what brought the Brits out of the EU at some point. So it's totally different, but in a way, it also, and I think it deserves to be here because the idea that has driven Europe through all these decades is something that is relevant to this region. And this is where your initial question about the end game, and we've already heard about Ukraine being offered membership of the European political community coming together, 44 countries. This is where the institutions are driving a process which is not so much geostrategically led. It's not led by one country. It's more this amorphous mass of Brussels institutions, i.e. bureaucrats driving it. And that's very much to the detriment of strategic thinkers. They would like the European Union to be more strategic, also to be a more active role in world affairs. But I would say the EU is a slow-moving tanker. And then the last point about crisis, because in the very first video, Europe was presented as the continent in crisis. And yes, you're right, Europe is in crisis. Has continued to be for at least 15, 17 years by now. It started with an internal crisis about how to develop those very institutions and treaties. Then came the financial crisis, which turned into a public debt crisis inside the European Union, nearly breaking the Union apart. We've seen a migration crisis, we've seen COVID. I mean, the whole world has seen COVID, but it was also, again, something which went to the heart of the European Union, bursting at the seams and trying to hold this together through joint debt issuance, something that was unthinkable before. And now we are seeing the European Union in crisis over Ukraine, trying to find a way to deal with it. But as my predecessors have said, they are finding it. It is taking time, but it is something that is built into these institutions. It's the slow-moving. I would give that answer to your question about the end game. It's slow-moving. If the European Union promises Ukraine membership, at some point it means that Ukraine should become a member. If it helps to do so via a European political community of 44 states, creating something new, well, that is what Europe is good at, creating institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Nicolai, Charles mentioned that a most likely outcome is a stalemate. And the stalemate is an interesting word because the war can continue with incalculable costs over this time. How do you see the costs of a continued conflict or stalemate with Russia affecting EU unity around these issues of support for Ukraine? And overall, would it have any other effects on political trends that we're seeing in Europe, such as we've seen some political change in Italy, we've seen changes in the UK, obviously different and for disparate reasons, but how does it affect over time politics in the EU and the EU consensus?
Stalemate is a terrible outcome, even if it's for the short run or for the medium term of this conflict. It leads to a world divided, a world in which you have, some refer to as a new Cold War. I wouldn't use this analogy, but a world divided with parallel systems of financial transactions, parallel trade systems. I think the IMF recently came out that with data that 1.4% of global growth will be affected, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if we end up in a divided world, with a small sliver of countries in between these two blocks, if you wish, that are able to trade with both. Now, such a scenario puts Europe clearly in one block of the economic situation. But Europe's internal pressures, I think, will be absorbed particularly by a number of factors. One is the institutions. Secondly is the fact that Europe's economy still remains strong, despite what we say. Thirdly, because of the pressure from outside. And I think Europe has always reacted to pressure from outside by consolidating. And we've seen this in different crises in the past, and I think we're going to see it in the current crisis as well. So I'm not that fearful of the political landscape in Europe changing dramatically in a way that Europe's fundamental positions on Ukraine change. Where we're likely to see is we'll see ups and downs depending on the domestic political situation in different countries. But one thing that will need to be addressed very quickly is the economy. And certainly that calls for countries like Germany, others as well, but first of all Germany, to come to grips with the idea that they do need to find the internal strength for the transformation of their economy that is necessary for the future. Sadly, that will also demand a certain price to be paid and certain pain to be borne by German voters and by German industry. But this is a pain that has already been shared by pretty much everyone else in Europe. And the sooner that this transformation begins, I think that the stronger the chance is that we will be able to weather this storm within a European context. Within a global context, it becomes far more complicated, I think, because if we end up in a situation where hostilities and a stalemate continue for 1, 2, 5, God forbid, 10 years down the line, if this becomes a frozen conflict, as so many other conflicts around Russia's periphery have become in the past, this one will be particularly damaging to global supply chains, to global growth, and will certainly affect all of us.
Marco, you mentioned in your comments earlier, and Nikolai alluded to this here, that the war has revealed some vulnerabilities in European energy security. Tell us a little more about that, how you see the evolution of energy policy based on the experience of the Ukraine war. What are the lessons learned, and what changes do you see happening?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Emirates. I forgot to say at the outset, the Emirate Policy Center for the kind invitation and the opportunity. First of all, let me say that if from 10 years, 20, 30 years from now, we should define this period, we should define as the age of miscalculation. Everybody is miscalculating on everything. I mean, Russia miscalculated how easy was the military operation in Ukraine. Maybe the global West miscalculated how effective the sanctions in short period of time could have affected Russia, and so on, and so on. Let's stay focused in a way on Europe. And then I will explain another miscalculation that is the biggest miscalculation of all. Recent data from the European Central Bank point to the fact that from today up to 2030, the challenge for Europe is to achieve a green transition, not complete it, but achieve it in a reasonable way. Diversify the energy supply. It's a fact. We have to do it for geopolitical reasons, it's evident. Bridge the digital gap, because this is another, and match the 2% GDP military expenditures established by NATO. The overall bill of this commitment only for Europe is equivalent to an entire European Union recovery fund that were the 750 billion euro that were adopted to face COVID. So we are going to multiply the European Union recovery fund for the next 8 years, every year. It's 5.6 trillion that Europe only should spend in order to achieve these targets. It's something equivalent, if it's up to me, there's a vertigo in order to face such. And this challenge has to take place where the biggest miscalculation of all took place, and it is exactly the difference that we have from what we predicted green energy could ensure immediately now and in the next few years, compared with the targets, and then all of a sudden we realized that fossil fuel are still needed, unfortunately. I would like to have a green transition tomorrow. So this huge miscalculation, the bill that the European Union has to sustain in the framework of such miscalculation is something that is really, really dramatic. And I don't know if we will be up to this gigantic challenge, considering the tension that we are detecting inside the European Union. There's some fire smoldering under the ashes. The first signal was happened in the French election, where the far right was very, very close in a way to, and basically France has now a parliament that cannot work. And President Macron is thinking about to dissolve the parliament to go again to the legislative election because the system is not working. We had a result in Sweden that nobody expected. Sweden, the wonderful model for everybody. And we had the Italian elections where center-right, far-right, the debate is still ongoing. You know, the Italians debate for decades about sometimes trivial issues. Definitely it's a center-right party, some components. Now, not all this tension can be attributed to the war in Ukraine. Because I am part of the small school of thought that basically believe that Europe never recovered from the 2008 financial crisis. And we are still experiencing the long wave of the 2008 financial crisis, especially in terms of inequality and policy that have not been able to fix the problems of inequality. Yes, okay, we have been printing money for decades. Everybody's capable to print money when the inflation is under zero. But when the situation changes, as it's changing now, real strong character should come out and face a far more complicated situation. This is not going to be easy. And then we had the COVID, of course. And then last but not least, of course, the war in Ukraine. So it's a perfect storm. I think Adam Tooze, the economist, the historian economist, said it's a polycrisis coming all together. Of course, in the middle of that, we have Ukraine. Cartoon of this morning mentioned the resilience. The biggest resilience that we have been watching so far has been the Ukrainian resilience, heroic. But if we want to save Ukraine, because what I've been able to show to the world in terms of resilience, it's important that sometimes soon, a dialogue is started. I'm in a way relieved at the fact that Jake Sullivan mentioned the fact that this constant dialogue with he has two Russian counterparts, as far as I know. One is Nikolai Patrushev, that is technically speaking his counterpart. The other is Yuri Ushakov, that is Putin political foreign policy advisor, the combination of the two main. I don't know if these talks are going to manage the situation in terms of not escalating. That is already something that we should aim to, or there's something in brewing, notwithstanding what we listened before in the American panel that says it seems something that is a script on the stone. Only the Ukrainian will decide when to deal and so on. I believe the reality is a little bit more complicated than that. Of course, nobody can make an agreement behind Ukrainians. Of course, it should be shameful to do that. But something is brewing, and I hope it's going to brew even more.
We had briefly touched on earlier, China was brought up and how this was referenced by the EU. Charles, we've talked about China here at the Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate. The U.S. National Security Strategy identifies China as the chief rival and competitor of the United States. How does Europe assess its future with China, and how does it assess its future in the context of U.S. policy and strategy toward China?
The main point I would like to stress is that although we are not equidistant, we Europeans are not equidistant between China and the US, obviously, US and European interests are not identical. And this, I think, is a point that needs to be stressed and isn't often sufficiently understood outside Europe. In other words, even though, again, NATO and EU memberships overlap almost perfectly, we, as NATO members, have signed up to this rather belligerent NATO strategic concept, and I agree with the ambassador that this was probably uncalled for. And in fact, as far as I know, a number of European governments were rather unhappy with the language, but ultimately had to sign up to it precisely because of what the US was doing vis-a-vis Ukraine. There was a trade-off, right? You support the language on China, and we will continue to be fully supportive of the war effort in Ukraine. And this isn't entirely surprising. NATO is above all a military alliance, but also a political organization, and therefore we're used to these trade-offs. The important thing, though, as far as the EU is concerned, the important thing, I think, is that the European Union understands that China is a major global player, accepts the legitimacy of China's aspirations to play a more prominent global role, does not see itself as an adversary. It sees itself as a rival, essentially, perhaps, and a rival which sometimes contests the rules-based order to which we all subscribe. But I think the EU is much more subtle when it comes to dealing with China. Admittedly, of course, the EU is a broad church. I think you can identify three positions: the hawks, the doves, and the countries in the middle. The country where I'm based, Spain, is probably in the middle because the Chinese economic footprint is very small. Those closer to China obviously tend to be dovish, and those who have fewer Chinese investments tend to be hawkish. So this is a European reality. I think the European Union's role in the future will be to try to convince the US to avoid confrontation wherever possible. I think the US has also made some rather unfortunate statements vis-a-vis Taiwan. The Nancy Pelosi visit, for example, was probably uncalled for. You know, I'm a great admirer of Taiwanese democracy. I go there at least once a year. But that is not to say that the US can tear up 20, 30 years of diplomatic history. So, and again, I'm not talking about appeasing China. I'm talking about standing up to China when necessary, but at the same time understanding that China has a legitimate desire to play a more prominent role in the world order. Now, how successful will the European Union be? This remains to be seen. And the problem, of course, is the simultaneity, as you were saying, the polycrisis syndrome, the simultaneity of a lot of these challenges. The EU is effectively decoupling from Russia economically. That's what we're doing, because most of our relationship was energy related. We are weaning ourselves off Russian energy. That will be the end game of, it is almost, I think, on the horizon already. And at the same time, the US would like us all to decouple from China. So these are two very ambitious decoupling processes, and I'm not sure that we can afford to do those things simultaneously. So I think the EU has its own position. We form part of a think tank network called ETNEC, which studies bilateral EU-China relations, so country by country, not globally, not the EU globally, but German or French or Italian or Spanish relations. And this is what we're hearing from our colleagues in Europe who deal with the Chinese question. Having said that, of course, dealing with China is becoming very difficult. Many of our most prominent European colleagues have been sanctioned. They can no longer travel to China. They will never be given a visa. And I myself have signed a document promising never to go back to China unless those sanctions are lifted. And when we confront the Chinese authorities with this, they realize, I think, that they've probably gone too far. By the way, something else we've detected in our contacts with the Chinese authorities is that they are really pedaling back on the Russia agreement back in February. In private, at least, they are telling us not to take this too seriously. I don't think there is a fundamental strategic Russia-China agreement. This is a marriage of convenience between two partners that fundamentally don't really get on terribly well. Thank you.
Cornelius, would you like to pick up on any of the comments here about Europe, China in particular, and where you may see other differences between U.S. and European approaches to global policy? Obviously, within NATO and Ukraine, there seems to be a lot of comity in terms of climate change, but where else do you see potential differences?
Yeah, thank you. And it's, first of all, I express my sympathies to the podium, because what happens when you put 4 Europeans on a panel like this, quarreling about the details, the intricacies of European policies, as if the world out there wouldn't matter. You can actually spend an entire career inside European politics and think you'd work on foreign policy because you're working outside of your country's foreign policy. So, but it does matter, I have to say that. On China, what I would like to say is, I'd be hesitant to compare or to draw quick conclusions from the EU's reaction to the Ukraine war to whatever might be a future China policy. And that's because there is a war in Ukraine, and there is not yet a war which China is involved in. By the way, I guess the one thing that Mr. Karaganov and I agree upon is that it is an ugly war, as he said in this morning's panel. So I appreciate his frankness in saying something out loud, which would give him 15 years in prison in his home country. But that being said, what the European Union does is remarkable also in the military sense. The European Union today and tomorrow, there is a meeting of the foreign ministers and the defense ministers. They are likely to pass the 9th sanction package against Russia. They are spending or dispersing more money to support the purchasing of military equipment through member states for Ukraine. They are also, let's not forget, they are working with Belarus, Belarus being the country sandwiched slightly between Ukraine and Russia and being part of the Russian sphere. So these are things that the European Union is doing in response to Russia's invasion. Many people would have said since 2014, since Crimea was annexed and the war had begun in eastern Ukraine, the European Union have stepped up much earlier. But it didn't. Why? Because the case couldn't be made. There was always room for ambiguity, that member states, including the country that I know best, would always point to Russia's reliance in energy issues, the need to work with Russia, and all these, or many of these doubts, I should say, have been taken away by the invasion on February 24. So all of a sudden, Europe was propelled to action, doing something that it couldn't have done before. I'm not going to make any predictions about what this means for China, but I think the whole world is right now learning some important lessons of how interdependent each of our economies are, how much own worldviews may collide with other countries' worldviews, that our point of view may not necessarily be the universal point of view. So that is something that one should keep in mind when it comes to extrapolating to issues like China. And just one remark, because you were trying, I believe, to get to other policies, climate, energy, the green transition, which was at the heart of this current European Commission's term. We have 5-year terms for the European administration, and they began in 2019, November 2019, and they put what they call the European Green Deal at the heart of their political program. 3-4 months later, COVID hit. 2.5 years later, the war in Ukraine hit. But, because I said that before, the institutions are sticking to it. With all the setbacks we're experiencing, we have been experiencing over the summer when it comes to energy, importing more gas, more oil, even chopping the woods to have fire for the winter. That's, crazy as it sounds, but this is a possibility. The Europeans are sticking to that vision of of implementing a European Green Deal. So they are tying this into other policies and not just focusing, say, on the military response or sanctions or whatever.
Good. We should talk briefly about the Middle East, and time is short, so short answers, please. Do you see a role for European autonomous engagement in the Middle East, and if so, where? The US and Europe seems to be in sync regarding Iran, for example, but has space or would space open up with regard to the Israel-Palestine issue? We see that President Macron has been active in Lebanon, for example. Where do you see the European role in the Middle East, and do you see this as part of the realignment we've been talking about today?
I see definitely a role for Europe in the Middle East. However, I'm afraid Europe doesn't see a role for itself in the Middle East. Where it breaks down is that individual member states, be that France, Germany, others, see their roles, but not the collective European message that we should be carrying to the region. One serious failing of Europe is to recognize the value that it can have in a strong relationship with the GCC, with the Gulf. The ambition there has been very limited, to say embarrassingly limited. It needs to be much more focused on issues that are relevant to both Europe and the Gulf. For example, climate change, green technologies, food security, you name it. Certainly, the conflict there is between the ambitions of individual member states in terms of their own foreign policy in relation to the Mediterranean, to the Middle East, to the Gulf and other parts of the region, and the inability of the institutions in Brussels to come up with coherent messages for that. But that, I think, is inevitable because it is part of going back to your first question of going back to the strategic autonomy that Europe needs. Because Europe does need that strategic autonomy to develop its policies, because Europe doesn't see the world divided into friends and foes. And I think that's what makes Europe a little bit different from others who are competing to be the president of the world or the global leader of this or that. Because our vision is really that we need to be able to talk and work with everyone, to have relationships that are both in the interest of both sides. And that is why we will certainly see China differently from the Americans. That's why we certainly need to see the Middle East in a different way. And that's why certainly we need to pay more attention to South Asia, for example, India, Southeast Asia, and further and beyond. That uniqueness of Europe's approach hasn't yet materialized at the level of European foreign policy. It will, and I believe it will. It needs to go through a transition period that hopefully we're embarking on now, and certainly that will reflect also in the Middle East. But I would personally be very mindful of the vast potential that we can find for the benefit of global good, for the benefit of Europe, for the benefit of the region, in strengthening the partnership between Europe and particularly the countries in the Gulf. And hopefully, you know, with Ebtisam's kind agreement to have us here for this wonderful conference today, that is something that we should be discussing more in the future.
Okay, thank you. Marco.
I don't believe that Europe can play a role in the region. There are too many issues to face at the moment, and I don't see the stamina in the European institution to be effective in the region. I mean, there are various reasons. The first one is the one I just mentioned. The second is that the dynamic between the US and the EU as to the Middle East has always been an unbalanced dynamic. He has been special envoy for Middle East peace process from the UN side. I've been special envoy for Italy for the Middle East. And we have been for a few years involved with this closed mechanism consultation. It's called Quint. It's the European 5 countries plus the United States. And, you know, the experience has been, I could say, depressing in the sense that usually the meeting was, the Americans came, say what they want to do, and basically we Europeans were taking notes. Sometimes someone raised the hand to say, we could no, it's already decided with the party. We cannot change a single sentence. That's it. Okay, bye-bye, thank you for informing us. And the third reason I would say that has been a very, very clever Israeli politics vis-à-vis Europe. And I'm going to touch something very sensitive on this point. Israel has been quite effective in weaponizing anti-Semitism, up to a point that there are many European leadership at the moment. They do not even think for a moment to criticize not Israel as a country, that would be, and Israel as the Jews as a people would be clearly anti-Semitic, but to criticize any single move by an Israeli government. We had only far-right government in the last few years, because that you cannot sustain the possible accusation of anti-Semitism. This has paralyzed the European leadership in dealing, in fact, not only with the Israeli-Palestinian issue, but as to the rest, as I said, in terms of engaging with the Arab world, I have watched very disappointing result in the last 10, 15 years. Thank you.
Charles?
Let me give you a NATO answer and an EU answer. In the Madrid NATO summit back in June, the Spanish government was very worried that because of NATO's obsession with Ukraine, totally justified as it was, NATO would forget about the southern flank. Well, there's a sentence in the strategic concept about the southern flank. It doesn't really add very significantly, frankly, to what NATO is doing for the stability of the region. But let me just mention one interesting fact I recently came across, and that is that 10 out of 20 of the Middle East and North Africa countries, the MENA region, have now have precision-guided munitions. They have the capacity basically to launch either sea-based or air-based missiles. So this is a specific security issue that NATO is looking into, and they've developed this concept which they call forward resilience, which is not about becoming involved in the region, it's about strengthening the resilience of states in the region to deal with non-state actors, essentially, terrorism, organized crime, and so on. But to be honest, I think the NATO toolbox is not very well equipped to deal with the kinds of challenges that we face in the South. The EU traditionally has seen itself as the major player in the South because of its whole-of-government approach. But again, as has already been said, resources are limited. Our southern neighborhood policy, to be honest, has not been a great success in recent years. And I think we really lack a serious, well-thought-through neighborhood policy in the South. We can continue to talk about, whatever's left of the Barcelona process and its successor institutions, but that really isn't going anywhere. So I think the EU really needs to rethink its role in the South.
Cornelius.
Just briefly, and I'm trying to marry the two responses from the two former UN special envoys, the principled optimism, if I can say so, from Nikolai, and the list of difficulties that Marco has presented. And he's right. There are difficulties that hinder the European Union from playing a more active role, but maybe they're not cast in stone. They don't have to be around for the next 20 years. And let me even flip this around and ask, not you personally, but ask the question back to countries like the United Arab Emirates, like the Gulf Cooperation Council. What is in for you in cooperating with the European Union? I guess that in the past it was more the EU, probably in a more patronizing way, coming along and saying, well, you should cling together like we did because, cooperation is a good thing. Why don't you do X, Y, Z, and here is how we can help you. But the thing is that the Europeans didn't start collaborating because they are angels or anything. No, because there was a hard-nosed interest in uniting the continent after those two devastating world wars. And still, with all the special interests that certain member states have in this region, let's find the overlap. Let's find the overlap of some interests and have a cooperation on this. So it's not just the European Union coming and Well, by the way, they did develop a strategy. It came out in May this year. The EU presented an EU Gulf strategy, outlining lots of ways how the European Union and the Gulf countries could work together. So pick up the document, see what is in there, and work on it. That's how it goes.
Very good. We are just about out of time. Oh, we'll take a question. Okay. Sada Rajmi. Abdullah, sorry. Abdullah El Rabbi?
Yes.
619.
I have a quick question about American involvement in Europe, especially after the Second World War, with Marshall Plan and NATO. Now, would Europeans consider themselves as alliance with the United States or agents who act in the name of NATO but for the American interest? I'm sorry if the question looks so superficial and silly, but that's what a lot of people think about today. So, do we see Europe today independent and act for its own interest, or just an alliance or agents of United States?
Okay.
Andrew,
yeah.
Can we take the other question then we?
Yeah, we'll take
Please.
them all. Sure. Sada Rajmi.
Thank you. My name is Saad Al-Ajmi from Kuwait, and my question is actually sort of a follow-up to an earlier chat with Senor Marco from Italy. Last September, I participated in a symposium called the German GCC Dialogue in Berlin. And, we've talked about the whole world. We solved the problems of the world, of course. But none of the participants, our German friends, have actually brought up any sort of peaceful strategy or peaceful outcome or a scenario for the Russian-Ukrainian war. And I was really taken aback and bewildered. I was like, my God, these are the children and grandchildren of the same people who have actually bore the brunt of the calamity of Second World War, and nobody's talking about peace or a peaceful, exit from this dilemma. And I was asking Mr. Marco here, Senor Marco, what happened to the peace movement? What happened to the European peace movement? What happened to the slogan of "Make love, not peace"? What happened to the songs of, all we are saying is give peace a chance? I mean, there is no such a movement in Europe. What's happening in Europe? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. We've got 2 minutes, so I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to respond to that. The U.S.-European, a word on the U.S.-European alliance given the history. And secondly, where's the peace movement in Europe regarding the Russia-Ukraine war? Nikolai.
Allies, not agents. But that is seen from an perspective inside Europe. Sometimes looked at it from the Middle East, it seems like agents, not allies. And that is part of the failing, I think, of politicians in Europe, is to explain what European countries or what the European Union does in a much more understandable manner to audiences, particularly outside of Europe, in the Middle East and Africa in particular, and maybe that relates to some of the history that European countries have with this part of the world. On the second question related to, you see the war in Ukraine and Europe is seen pretty much black and white. One country invades another. It is our responsibility, based on the values of Europe, to help the invaded country defend itself. That limits very much the prospect of movements as which you have pointed to. And of course, that also makes it look like there are very few opportunities for peacemaking. Sadly, right now, the openings for finding an exit out of this terrible war are very slow, very small, and we need to look very carefully to find them, nurture them, and look for opportunities to end the hostilities in a reasonable manner. And I think in that respect, that role currently cannot be undertaken by Europe. It needs to be undertaken by other countries.
Marco, again, very quick answers.
I will skip the first question, leaving more room for the other because I was directly addressed. I'm asking myself what happened to Europeans and Europe this moment. I've still not been able to find an answer. What I can say, there are three possible reasons for that. One is what is called in the psychological jargon groupthink. Everybody's thinking at the same moment, the same way, because basically that is the conventional wisdom, and the debate has been so weaponized that whoever is going to raise a different opinion is immediately labeled, but not only for the war in Ukraine, but on many other issues as someone that is out of the chorus. The other reason is what I call a cognitive dissonance. The more we have the tools to understand what's going on the planet, and the more we miscalculate. Maybe in artificial intelligence we will change that. I don't know. The third is what I call cognitive empathy. There's the increasing incapability for every actor to place itself in the shoes of the other in order to find a solution to a problem. It's the usual binary thinking. Either you think like I think, or you have no thinking at all. Thank you.
Charles?
Two interesting, apparently naive questions, but actually very deep questions, really. My quick answer to the first is that perhaps from outside Europe, people tend to underestimate the amount of debate that goes on within Europe regarding US foreign policy concerns. But just suffice it to say that, for example, during the Iraq War, in some countries, Spain, for example, criticism of American foreign policy was acute, it was extreme. So we have a very lively European conversation about US foreign policy, and don't think for a minute that people will automatically accept foreign policy, US foreign policy priorities as a given. As far as the second question is concerned, let me add something that hasn't been mentioned in this debate. I believe we're moving towards a multipolar world, and the problem with that is that we have appallingly deficient multilateral institutions. Where the hell is the United Nations in all of this? Totally absent. It may simply be that whenever permanent UN Security Council members are involved in a conflict, the UN collapses, it ceases to be effective. If that's the case, then we seriously need to rethink the role of the UN. But I think that is part of the answer. People are thinking about peace, but we don't really have anywhere to talk about peace in an effective, serious manner. Thank you.
I'm aware that the break is coming up, so I'll give you the shortest possible answer. I second what Charles said on the first question and what Nikolai said on the second question.
Good. Well said. Thank you, panelists. This was a fantastic discussion. I learned a lot. I know our audience did as well. Thank you. Thank you all for listening. Two good questions as well.
Thank you.
The next panel will start now. The next panel will start now. The next panel will start now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 9th ADSD. My name is Ahmed Aboudoh. I'm the head of China Studies Unit at EPC and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council. Today, we're going to talk about the grand topic of alignments and realignments in the world system, but of course, in the context of China's rise. And I understand why all the panels before us wanted to treat you with a little bit of China, because China now is very important, of course, but these were the teasers. Now we are treating you with, or serving you, a full 5-course meal of only China. I hope you'd like it. China obviously is very interesting, but controversial as well. Many people keep criticizing China's increasing assertiveness in the South China Sea, the unprecedented military pressure China is now exerting on Taiwan, and its expansion of its no-limits partnership with Russia, whatever that means, and also its economic and business footprint all over the world through the Belt and Road Initiative, as well as the fueling of what's been known as the wolf warrior diplomacy, and trying to export its technological model. Chinese leaders might argue that China must regain its natural place in the world. But what does that mean? Does this mean China wants to replace the United States as the only superpower in the system? Or does that mean China is actually trying to tell us something? It's trying to say that, well, we are presenting an alternative model of great powering, or how a great power should behave. And China is just a lovable great power, only interested in cultural and business interactions with the rest of the world. I keep receiving some interesting questions. And of course, all my friends who are interested in China, I'm sure they get the same questions. And one of them is, what does China really want from us, the rest of the world? You want a more interesting one? Here's one. What does the world imagined by China would look like? And I find this very difficult because you know what? We don't have any consensus whatsoever as to what China really strives to be. But the only sure thing is that China has grown recently to be powerful enough to challenge the United States' position in the system. You know, people say that the US-China ideological and geopolitical competition will shape the future of our world. And of course, I'm not surprised. They're right. That's why they call it the most consequential bilateral relationship on the planet. And as we speak today, President Xi Jinping and President Joe Biden are meeting for the first time in person since Joe Biden took office back in 2020 on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Bali. Many people are pessimistic about the potential outcome of this summit in the direction of improving the relationship versus the deterioration we've seen happening in the past few years. And, you know, I share those people who are pessimistic because I believe that there are many inherently structural challenges that this relationship is facing, and it will take a lot of time to improve. To discuss these challenges, I'm today joined by a very distinguished panel who are going to talk about this very interesting subject. Here to my left is Mr. Balahari Kausikan. He's chair of the Middle East Institute at the National University of Singapore. He was previously ambassador at large at the Singaporean Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also Singapore's permanent representative at the United Nations, and also served as ambassador to Russia. Right next to him is Mr. Asaf Orion, retired Brigadier General of the Israeli Army and now Director of the Diane and Guilford Glaser Israel-China Policy Center at INSS. Right next to him is Mr. Nelson Wong, Vice Chair of the Shanghai Center for RIMPAC and International Studies, and Chair and Managing Director of the ASEAN Worldwide Group of Companies. And joining us online is Mr. Bojo, retired Senior Colonel of the People's Liberation Army and Senior Fellow at the Center for International Security and Strategy at Tsinghua University. And let me start by setting the scene first and posing this fascinating question that I mentioned earlier to Mr. Kausikan and ask him, what does China really want from the world, and how do you describe its current position in the system?
Well, China is an immense geopolitical, geoeconomic fact that simply cannot be ignored. That's its position in the world. And it's likely to grow more important. At the same time, I think it cannot also be denied that China arouses anxieties and concerns in many countries, almost every country, that also cannot be ignored. And both these aspects form the total reality of China that we must think about. If I give you an example from Southeast Asia, the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies in Singapore does annual surveys of the elites in all 10 ASEAN countries. And if you ask a question, is China important, will it grow important? The overwhelming response across all 10 member states is, of course, yes. But if you ask the same member states and the same elites, do you trust China? Do you think China will do the right thing? The answer is overwhelmingly no in all 10 ASEAN member states. And I think that's pretty much how China is viewed in the world generally. You asked what China wants, and I think this is connected to this kind of dual perception of China. Well, I think Colonel Zhou should be answering that. But from my point of view is this: China justifies, the Chinese Communist Party justifies its right to rule by an ethno-nationalist narrative of humiliation, rejuvenation, and achieving the China dream. Humiliation in the 19th century, rejuvenation under Communist Party leadership, and achieving the China dream eventually. It's a very limiting narrative for a great power. It's also a very entitled narrative. If I give you mentioned the South China Sea in your opening remarks, arising from this narrative, China has a position roughly like this: this was all mine. It was taken from me when I was weak, and now I'm just reclaiming what was mine. Now that is a very entitled, revanchist kind of narrative that naturally arouses anxieties and makes it very difficult to have a serious diplomatic discussion. If it was all yours, it was stolen from you, what's there to discuss, right? And I think that is the root cause of these anxieties that certain aspects of Chinese behavior arouse at the same time when people do acknowledge you cannot ignore China, you must deal with China. These anxieties are not evenly distributed across the world. They are most acute, I think, in the global north, in the US, in Europe, in Japan, and Australia and other countries like that. And it is unfortunate that for China that these are also China's most important economic partners. The sources of the technology, the management skills, the investments that China most needs. And this, I think, is a remarkable vulnerability in Chinese foreign policy. That said, this divide is not and should not be described as a new Cold War. That is an oversimplification of a very complex relationship. Look, the US and the Soviet Union, they led two different separate systems. Competition was between systems. The US and China are both irreplaceable, vital parts of one single system, connected to each other and to the rest of us by a new phenomenon never before seen in world history. And that new phenomenon is supply chains of a complexity, of a density, of a scope never before seen. And I am very, very skeptical, despite what my friend Cliff Kopan said this morning, that this can entirely bifurcate into two systems. Yes, there will be partial bifurcation, especially in high-tech areas, semiconductors for a start, but the cost of bifurcating it completely into two separate systems, the ability to do so is going to be very limited. Whether you start from the premise that the West does or the US does, let us have reshoring or let us reduce dependence, or where the Chinese say, I want to become more self-reliant. All easier said than done. Last year, the volume of US-China trade is something like $670 billion US dollars, two-way trade. That doesn't suggest to me a lot of decoupling, yeah? Last point. So it is a very complicated kind of competition. It is not a simple binary competition as was between the US and Soviet Union. And in this complexity, there is hope, because in complexity, there is agency. When I listened to the previous panels on the US, on Europe, I got a little bit irritated, because both of them were talking as if the only choices for the rest of us is to take this side or that side. Actually, that is rubbish. There is always agency for even the smallest country. And in this complexity, there is the opportunity to exercise the agency. Look at Mike. I should not be sitting here talking to all of you if small countries had no agency. Because we became independent in a global situation that is even more dire than it is now, today, in 1965. 1965 was only a few years after the Cuban Missile Crisis. In 1965, the Cold War was hot in Southeast Asia. All of us faced internal communist insurgencies. And we had nothing. We were thrown out of a larger entity, and we were alone. And I'm here talking to you. So small countries always have agency. And in the complexity of the US-China relationship, there is an opportunity to exercise agency. Now, whether you have the brain to see the opportunity and the agility and courage to exercise the opportunity, those are different issues. But the opportunity exists. What we must avoid in confronting these new realignments in the world is a sense of fatalism. Because fatalism is fatal to small states. I stop here.
Thank you. That was very interesting. And, I like it when I hear you talking about the trust issue and the trust deficit that China is actually suffering all over the world. And now I would like to take this very point to Colin and Joe in China. And, Mr. Kauzikan mentioned the problem is mistrust. And now I would like to move this from Southeast Asia to Europe and talk to you about the puzzlement that many observers suffer when they're trying to think about China's position towards the Ukraine war. Why? Because Russia, of course, is a very valuable strategic partner to China, but Ukraine is also a big trade partner to China. And then comes President Putin's nuclear threats. And I read your very interesting article in the Financial Times that actually touched on that, and it was very, very useful in clarifying the components of thinking of many Chinese about the Ukraine war. Now I would like to ask you, Colonel Zhou, what is your perspective on China's strategic goals from its not-so-neutral stand towards the Ukraine war, and what would it take China to change its calculations? Is it the use of nukes in Ukraine, or what?
Yes, thank you, Ahmed. First of all, I really love this opportunity to come to join this great debate again. Let me come straight to your question about China's position on the Ukrainian war. Actually, China is in a somewhat embarrassing situation, being caught between its strategic partner, Russia, and one of its largest trading partner, that is Ukraine. But what can we do? According to this position, I think China's position is to very carefully, walk along the central line. This is not easy, but this is what we have to do because of our position. Besides, there is another calculation. So should we just, answer the call of Europe, to get away from Russia, then what would happen? The United States and European capital would applaud it. But very soon, the United States would come back to jump on China again. The United States would never be happy just because we keep some distance from Russia. Actually, China has been trying its best to strike a neutral position on this issue on two things. First of all, China did not provide any military assistance to Russia. And this precisely tells that actually this is not a relationship of military alliance. This shows our position as a principled position. And I'm happy you mentioned my opinion published in Financial Times. Actually, I would remind you that actually my piece talking about how China should have a clear-cut, crystal clear position on no use of nuclear weapon was actually published before President Putin said the next day that Russia would not use weapons. And in a few days' time, German Chancellor Scholz met with President Xi Jinping. And when German Chancellor Scholz mentioned about no use of nuclear weapons in Europe, it was fully endorsed by President Xi Jinping, who repeated China's decades-old principle of no use of nuclear weapons, because China, ever since it detonated its first nuclear devices in the 1960s, has made it quite clear that China would never be the first to use nuclear weapons against any countries or against any region. So this has been our position. Many Chinese foreign policies and defense policy have changed, but not this one. So I'm very happy President Xi talked about this, and I'm wondering whether he would repeat this in his bilateral talks with President Biden. The meeting is still ongoing. I think I'm somewhat positive because I'm almost sure that President Biden will mention about the Ukrainian war, and of course, this kind of possibility is most frightening. And I believe President Biden probably will mention it, and I'm sure President Xi would give Chinese assurance about how it should not happen at all in Europe. Because this is not about how China would think about its friendship with Russia. This is about humanity. Use of nuclear weapon is against humanity. And for Russia, we're not asking Russia to do something extra. We just ask Russia, our friend, to honor its own words. That is, nuclear weapons should not be used, and nuclear war can never be won. Thank you.
But thank you so much. But from the, just a follow-on question, from the bigger perspective, does China see Russia the biggest player to rely on to change the world order, or at least from Chinese perspective, fix it in the long term?
Well, China and Russia see the world in a different manner. Because from my understanding, Russia actually doesn't like the existing international order because it considers itself victim of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and actually has not gained much from globalization. But China is totally different. China actually, in the last 4 decades and plus, has benefited tremendously from globalization, from the existing order. Many people got it wrong to consider this order is liberal international order. I never believe there is anything like a liberal international order. Let me just remind you common sense. The international order is just like a garden. It is diversified. It's full of different things. It is full of things like different customs, different religions, different culture, and different system. Something like culture and custom could have lasted more than 1,000 years. So the so-called liberal international order was actually coined by the West to mean some kind of order after the Second World War, which is totally wrong. Why? Let's just look at what had happened after the Second World War. First of all, there is a rivalry between two camps that have lasted for decades. So how can this order be just a liberal international order? Then it is shaped by major international events, like the independence of 53 African countries. This is a huge international and historical events. And then we have China's huge influence in the third world. And then this order is also shaped by major events like the climate change, like long proliferation, like all this. So if there is anything that looks somewhat like liberal international order, that is just about 15 years after the dissolution of the Soviet Union and before the full rise of China. So this is a myth. So the European countries, well, the West, led by the United States, just wrongly consider because the rules and regimes after the Second World War was to a great extent made by the West. Therefore, the order is made by the West. No, these are two different things. And let me come back to China. Just think for a moment, which international rules and regime is not joined by China? China has joined all of them, yeah? So China supports this order. So China would like to improve the order wherever possible. So that is a fundamental difference between China and Russia.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides, let me say a few words about
we will come back if you don't mind, Colonel Joe. We will come back to this. We will come back again to this point.
Regarding China is very positive. And
Colonel
the Global South
you hear me?
is more than 70% of international the world population. And China's image in South Asia is not totally like what Ilhara has said, that when everybody just is agree to China's influence, but disagree about China's image. I don't think so. I think the fact is Southeast Asian countries would not like to take sides. And there are countries, like Laos and Cambodia,
Colonel Joe,
at least
do you hear me?
Of them are very much pro-China.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you hear me, but I'm sorry I had to cut you off because the answer took so long. I would just like to bring in Mr. Wong about changing the world order again from Chinese perspective, and actually this time from Western perspective, because a lot of people say that the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, is actually China's approach to change the world order. It's China's grand strategy. I would like to hear a short answer from you on that, because I have a follow-up question on the same point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I must thank our host, Madam President, for inviting me to the Abu Dhabi strategic debate. This is my first time, and it's a great honor. I have to say, before answering your question, that throughout the event until now, I feel quite happy, in a sense, that my country's name has been constantly mentioned in almost every session. But then I'm also a little puzzled that I'm actually quite alone here. I'm the only one that is sitting here from China. So I'll try to cope with the questions you might have and to give you an answer in my honest opinion. As you have mentioned in your introduction of me, I do have two entities that I represent. One is a think tank. The other one is a business organization, which is an investment and business consultancy. So, answering your question about Belt and Road Initiative, I actually had the opportunity to talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, whether it's a grand Chinese strategy globally or something else. And I said, based on my own understanding and observation over the years, I said, you have to understand where China comes from, why there is such an initiative. In the first place, I said, for people that have been visiting or been living and working in China, you must have seen that the entire country has a very comprehensive road system, highway system, and high-speed train system. It's all built, and that was not done overnight. It was decades of hard work. But in the meantime, after everything is done, has anyone thought about how many steel plants and cement plants there are in China that has supported the construction and the building of the massive infrastructure work throughout this country? So when this is all done, what's next? If you started shutting down one steel plant, that will mean 50 to 60,000 workers getting unemployed. So this is a very realistic question. So I'm just talking about steel plant or cement plants as an example. Looking at China's economy overall, it has now become the second largest economy in the world, but in the meantime, it has a big production capacity in almost every line of industry. So the economy has developed into kind of a bottleneck that needs to ooze out. So that's why China needs to look at markets outside the country for continuous economic expansion. So this is actually where I would say where the Belt and Road Initiative comes from, to look for new markets, to look for new partners, new projects. So
the answer is no. It's not the grand strategy of China.
I wouldn't say it's a grand strategy to start with.
Okay.
The incentive for such an initiative to come out is to solve domestic problems.
So the follow-up question actually was, the BRI now is facing great challenges, starting from the low economic growth in China, and this will stay with us. It's not going to go anywhere. Yeah. You've got low productivity. You've got the zero COVID policy, which is denting the business community in China. And also you've got a looming debt crisis because of the massive amount of lending abroad. So the Belt and Road Initiative now, some say it is being restructured quietly. Do you agree with that? And if no, how do you see the threats and challenges I mentioned affecting the future of the BRI?
Well, I think to answer your question, I have to say that there has been a lot of misunderstanding about China. And this is why dialogues like this is quite necessary. For me, as a Chinese national, coming out to participate in debates and discussions like this is quite important, because I have been observing all the comments about China over the years. And the reason that I've decided to participate in think tank activities is that I have discovered great misunderstanding. And people tend to forget the fact that almost all of the predictions by, let's call it the West, towards China and the government, none of them has been ever correct. That China is going to fall, the Communist Party is going to fall, but nothing like this has ever happened. Why? I have constantly asked the same question myself, actually, and then one day I came up with an answer. After going back to my motherland for the last 15 to 17 years, I realized all of a sudden, I said, wow, even people, and also including myself, have neglected the three basic fundamentals when it comes to looking at China. Number one is, what does 1.4 billion people mean? And number two is, China is not a small country. It's one of the largest countries in terms of land mass in the world. And number three is that China is a country with the Communist Party as the dominating and leading party of the country. Now, Russia is bigger than China in terms of land mass, but Russia doesn't have 1.4 billion people. India has a great population, a big population as well, but it doesn't have one party as a dominating party running the country. So I said, when you put these three elements together in one country, and when it's spinning, it generates unimaginably amount of energy. So when people say, your economy is developing towards a direction that is going to fail, your financial market is going to crash, your real estate bubble is going to go bust, I said, yes, if it is under a different country scenario. But when you look at China with all these three elements I mentioned above put together, things will be different, because the country can always find a new engine.
Oh, okay. Can
Yes.
we? Thank you so much. We will go back to this in a minute in the context of China-US. But I would like to go back to the China-US again with you, Mr. Orion. And as I mentioned before, Presidents Biden and Xi are meeting today for the first time in person. And you know, they had a great friendship before when the two were vices. But now, of course, the bilateral relationship has deteriorated significantly. But they are meeting after two domestic developments. President Xi Jinping consolidated his power after the 20th Party Congress that happened in October. And the Democrats actually did much better than was expected in the midterms. So do you think these two domestic developments would actually positively recalibrate the relationship in the future?
It's good to be back. Thank you for inviting, and thank you for the question. It was proposed here before that we were talking about climate changes. I think we're talking about world tectonics. So yesterday's shower are a point on time, but not that significant. I think we need to try to approach it from a high level, zoom out perspective with the great trends shaping the relations between the two powers. And we've, I think, just have seen a turn in time. If we want to go from the World War II, Cold War, post-Cold War, and now maybe the post-Cold War, when America began identifying China as a possible issue, it was probably 2000, but then got distracted by bin Laden and 9/11 into 2 decades of investment in the Middle East and the global war on terror. Now, America's issue is that it's a global power. We should be able to multitask, but it usually focuses on one. We're now witnessing America looking at Ukraine without losing sight of China, which is quite rare. The trajectory of this growth that Nelson spoke about, and America's recognition that it has a problem, I think we could see the indicators about a decade ago, speaking about America's Pacific century, about the pivot that everybody in the Middle East takes as abduction. But it's actually refocusing, rebalancing, repositioning. And since at least the 2 national security strategies of 17 and 22, America says global war on terrorism is over. We're now looking at China as our #1 challenge. And another, so to speak, non-geographical issue is that America and China identify technology as the high ground for future dominance. And that's a definer in their relations. Both of them are looking at life in a holistic way, generating power from economy and then translating it to politics and policy. America certainly on the military side. China is trying, I don't know if to catch up. The purposes are catching up. World-class power by 2049 is a national purpose. And world-class means on par with the US. But both of these are looking at across-the-board power and how to work with each other. Certainly China, as Bilhari said, is looking for a place at the table which becomes its current power and power perception with a lot of entitlement, as was mentioned here before. It wants to play by the rules, but also shape them. In the Russia panel, it was mentioned that they don't want to disrupt. Yes, but they want to mold it. And America is the shaper of the current order, and it would like to preserve it. And as was mentioned here before on how such collisions begin, they begin with general perceptions. Look at the miscommunication just here of people speaking across each other, misunderstanding each other truly. America certainly woke up at the wheel and said, whoa, what happened here in the last decade or two? And there's an adrenaline rush of trying to catch up and fix things. They both identify common interests, but their politics stands in the way of directly addressing them. So even when Pelosi came to visit Taiwan, China suspended the military talks and the climate talks. So now we see, I think, a good sign in trying to keep communication channels open. Within China, I think the outside world is looking at a more cohesive leadership aligned with the Secretary General, much more hardline, much more ideological. America defines it as an ideological issue between autocracies and democracies. And what Nelson mentioned of going from the inside out. So whatever starts in China as an economic and maybe connect East and West project turns to spill over. So when we hear that China operates exterritorial police stations in the Netherlands and in Canada and so on, because its sense of state security incorporates overseas Chinese. That's part of the party concept. So that comes with some collision against other nations' sovereignties. The important thing I think is to understand that both great powers don't want war. It's disastrous. Nobody wants it. But I grew to believe that Barbara Tuchman's March of Folly, it's not a book, it's a binder. And everybody can add its own folder. Miscalculation happens, something begins. Like in 2001, there was the Hainan crash incident. It was dealt with smartly, but it was on calmer seas. Taiwan is quite a tinderbox in this essence, or in this sense. And despite the fact that it will be disastrous because of the semiconductor supply chain, you can't rule it out. So
we are actually going to talk about Taiwan right now, and I'll take from what you said about the undesirable sense with the two global powers to avoid, or the desire to avoid war over Taiwan. And I would like to turn to Colonel Joe. And first of all, I would like to test the connection. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
Could you please keep this answer brief? And I would like to ask you about the military, China's PLA, because during the party congress, President Xi Jinping emphasized the 2027 goal and basically achieving modernization of national defense by 2035 and becoming a world-class military, as Mr. Onion mentioned, by mid-century. Do you have perspective on what China might do about Taiwan? Can they actually, President Xi Jinping and the CCP, wait for so long on Taiwan and bear the consequences? And 3 minutes answer would be great, please.
Thank you, Ahmed. First of all, you are wrong on the target. So was the Israeli speaker, because it was the target before to become a world-class military by mid-century, that is 2049. But the President Xi has made it quite clear in the Congress report that we have to speed up this process of becoming world-class military. So first, a correction. And then the second thing is about Taiwan. Do we have a timetable for reunification with Taiwan? The answer is no, because we have made it clear that the use of force will only be the last resort. This is often misunderstood, especially after people have watched what happened in Ukraine. These two things are totally irrelevant. China, mainland China and Taiwan are part of one China. These are agreed by most of the countries in the world. And it's not useful for us to have a battered, shattered Taiwan. So we have made it clear that we would have utmost sincerity and utmost efforts to have peaceful reunification with Taiwan. We have to be militarily prepared. It's not because of Taiwan, it's because more of a possible intervention from the United States. For example, the use of force will be the last resort, which we're most reluctant to use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know actually that President Xi's emphasizing the acceleration of reaching this target means making it happen sooner. This is new to me. I've never heard that before, but thank you so much for adding to my information on that. I would like to jump now to the Middle East. And because a lot of people are worrying now about China's growing role in the Middle East and the Gulf region especially. And recent changes in the leadership structure of China's Communist Party signal that Mr. Xi's strong grip on power and possibly more assertive Chinese posture in the Middle East will actually become more common going forward. If this is the case, Mr. Kauzikan, how would the reshuffle at the top impact great power competition, especially in the Middle East? And actually, Dr. Gergash mentioned today the precarious situation of Singapore and the UAE. He didn't mention Singapore, but I'm adding Singapore, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and all the Middle East and Gulf countries between this binary, the US and China.
Well, let me answer that, but give me just two seconds to say something about Taiwan.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think China is ever going to give up the goal of reunification, and I don't think they will ever renounce the use of force as a possible means of reunification. That said, I don't think they are eager to use force to reunify Taiwan, because if they strike at Taiwan, they must win, and they must win quickly, maybe within the first 24 to 48 hours. Otherwise, they have lost. Now, Mr. Putin can survive a fiasco in Ukraine. There is no Chinese leader that can survive a failed operation against Taiwan, and even the roots of Communist Party legitimacy and rule will be shaken. So I don't think they are eager. Now let me come to the Middle East. I think you have seen in the 20th Party Congress a Chinese leadership that has been unified around Mr. Xi. His power has been enhanced. And if you read his 20th Party Congress speech, which I did 4 times, you will see not a single hint that anything that happened the last 10 years should have been done differently. All right? Now that is, I think, a very dangerous situation. There is an old Chinese saying that the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. That's incomplete. A journey with 1,000 miles starts with a single step in the right direction. Now, the problem with this consolidation of power, and I think you are right, Nelson, that there are certain advantages to having a one-party system. You can pursue a goal relentlessly, provided the goal is correct in the first place. Right? Mr. Deng Xiaoping's decision to reform and open up was certainly correct. Mao Zedong's great leap forward and Cultural Revolution were certainly mistakes. Now, I think the jury is still open now about the direction of China is taking. There are reasons for concern, but as you said, China has certain natural resilience. I would put it in the Chinese people rather than the party or the size. Yeah. Right? Chinese people are very creative. How does this apply to the Middle East? Well, as I said, there is now something akin to a single point of failure in the Chinese system. If the decision is correct, they will play. There is no reason why China should not play a role in the Middle East. What is that role? Right? I don't think China is keen to play a security role. Right? Who must be nuts to try to play a security role in the Middle East. Every great power that has tried has failed. Right? But at the same time, great powers, the Middle East has a way of drawing in great powers despite their best intentions. Right now, I think China wants to keep its engagement primarily economic, with only enough security to protect its economic interests. Probably you will see a larger PLA Navy role to protect the energy routes for China. But I think if I was China, right now you are in a sweet spot. You can have a good relation with Iran, you can have a good relation with Israel, you can have a good relation with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states. And I would try to preserve this as long as possible. Now, I am myself rather skeptical whether this can be preserved forever, but if I was Chinese, I would try to preserve it as long as possible. But again, I come back to this question. There is a great sense of confidence in this present Chinese leadership. Not a single hint in the speech that anything should have been done differently, right? But there is this fact which I mentioned. China's behavior has aroused great anxieties in many countries, diverse countries, including some that are very economically dependent on China. And this is something that actually a leadership would be well advised to think about. You know, unfortunately, I think Chinese diplomacy right now is much more directed towards China rather than host countries. I'll stop here.
That's very, very interesting, as usual. And actually, the problem is the time's so limited, and your answers raise more questions.
That's about China. China always raises more questions.
But now I will take from your point to Mr. Wong and ask him directly, and please keep it short. When will China decide to pick sides in the Middle East? In the Middle East. It's a trap, I know. You don't have to give me a straight answer.
There's a Chinese word, inshallah, you know.
I think this is a tricky question, but the answer is quite simple and straightforward. China doesn't pick sides. Our Singaporean friend has made it very clear and quite correctly. Actually, China basically just wants to do business with everyone. And this is in the spirit of the Chinese nation. We are traders. We want to do business with people. And I want to elaborate a little bit to give you an example for people to understand Chinese culture. Because we have to admit that we are different. And to show you how different Chinese are, I think some of you might have seen Chinese paintings. And the classic Chinese painting, what is the theme? Mountain, fountain coming down from the mountain. We call it San Shui Hua, mountain and water. So when the fountain comes down, it's bound to meet blocks. What does it do? It doesn't go through the block. It finds its way on the side, wherever that is available. So it's coming out like this. Whenever there is a way out, we will find it. This explains why China doesn't enjoy seeking confrontations. China has repeatedly said, we don't seek confrontations with anyone. Why? Yeah, we don't go through the rock. We find the way around the rock. And this is how and who we are, how we operate, how we think. So that's why dealing with Chinese people in business, in politics, I think it is quite important to understand who we are and where we come from. You cannot expect Chinese to think like Americans. Same way you don't expect Chinese to pretend to be someone they are not, or we're not. We are, after all, Chinese. And I think it is absolutely wrong for anybody under the sun to expect that we're going to be living with one language only, We all eat the same food? No. Diversity is what makes the world interesting.
So you're saying that under no circumstances China will pick sides in the Middle East, and this is very
And the Middle East is definitely quite friendly with China because China needs the Middle East for energy. And China, as a trading partner, China is going to be quite friendly, and China also wants to sell stuff to Middle East as well. So there is a synergy there.
Thank you so much for this, and I would like to close by asking you, Mr. Orion, to summarize, from your point of view, the future of China-US competition in the Middle East and the Gulf in particular, in the technological, diplomatic, and business spheres.
I think that what was said here definitely reflects China's appetite to do much in security provision. That means no appetite. And this shows us in May 2019, when China's comprehensive strategic partner, Iran, decided to shoot missiles at China's comprehensive strategic partner, Saudi Arabia, you didn't see China providing any public goods on the crisis.
And the UAE as well, this year.
UAE was later. There was a slight difference there with some provisions of systems. But even when the energy security, which is a major Chinese interest in the Middle East, we didn't see any provision Western style or anything else. So it's setting the expectations. I don't think anyone expects China to provide public security in the Middle East. And it's very happy free riding with the American security, naval security, and so on, although we see growth of, I would say, military buds of interest in the Middle East, beginning with the counter-piracy force in 2008, Djibouti as a logistical base, then Djibouti as a naval base, more or less, and Gwadar and others. You see a little more military here than it used to. China is definitely going to be active here, already very active in infrastructure because of the BRI issues, but also because it has a digital agenda to provide and a digital architecture to provide which spans beyond its own borders. And that's much about data and communication dominance. And anybody signing up to this, we usually say, oh yes, the US comes with strings attached, and China doesn't. China has its strings attached, but it's different color. Those are red strings. It dictates some issues about Taiwan, about Xinjiang, about what they call the core interest of China. And it comes with the whole of society approach of China to national security. So after you read the cyber law, the intelligence law, the national security law, you understand that you're buying more than just communication. And you need to sign up for this. So I see China active more in the Middle East than it used to. It's becoming more important, despite the theoretical cooperation spaces or potential for cooperation between the US and China in the Middle East. It's going to be difficult, fed by politics. On the US itself is narrowing down the space of choice of smaller actors. What Mr. Gargash said this morning, that we want to be able to do both. The both will be narrower than it used to. We've seen President Biden come to Saudi Arabia and proposing 6G and 5G work. That's a bit of a my way or the Huawei proposal, although Saudi never signed up to no Huawei. The UAE needed to decide between F-35 and Chinese 5G. These are choices, you can't do both. And we'll see more and more of that. Israel in the past, in the 2000s, was clearly facing a choice between military and defense exports to China and its strategic relations with the US. We chose the US. And now we will see it on other issues like technology, like chips. This partial decoupling, I think we will see it in the Middle East as well. So I think the local players will need to ask how, not which, but how, and which ranges are open for doing both and which are off limits, and you really need to choose in an either-or matter.
That's very interesting, and you mentioned in the end this very interesting narrative about strategic hedging, basically, and whether or not it will work forever. The moment will come, from what I understood, that smaller actors will have to choose or be made to choose or be pressured to choose, right?
It's a choice by choice, field by field, very acute, I would say surgical hedging, because you'll need to decide. Last July, before Biden came to Saudi Arabia, he came to Israel. There was a joint statement on a strategic dialogue on advanced technologies. It was all about, China wasn't mentioned. It was all about China. It said, we are going to cooperate on AI, on quantum, on. But there is a clause on trusted technological ecosystems, which means security against things that are perceived together as potential challenges by China and others.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, time has run out, and we are not going to take any questions from the audience. Thank you so much for all our speakers today. I hope you enjoyed our discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Recording stopped.